us in O Canada today, the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commend. Quand ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une des brilliant exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and today I'm pleased to rise virtually in the House to celebrate Show Your 4-H Colors Day alongside 4-H members, alumni, and friends who are wearing green today in support of the good work 4-H Canada does in our communities. And while I couldn't find a great green tie, I do have my Annapolis Valley tartan scarf and my white shirt to celebrate along with them. Since 1902, 4-H has strengthened youth interest in education and agriculture in our communities. Now, over 100 years later, it continues that mission, but has evolved to also include science, technology, performing arts, photography, and public speaking. 4-H members are taught how to commit their head, their heart, their hands, and health to benefit our world. 4-H members and alumni provide strong leadership across the country, Mr. Speaker. I want to encourage all members of this House to join me in applauding the work that 4-H does in our communities across the country, including in my riding of Kings Hants, to develop key skill sets for our next generation of young leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate a constituent of mine in Saskatoon West, Dory Cron, from the Saskatoon Fire Department. Dory is the recipient of this year's Nutrien YWCA Saskatoon Woman of Distinction Award. A member of the Saskatoon Fire Department, she serves the community as the department's Community Relations Officer. She further serves Saskatoon as an ambassador for the city's Remembering When program. Firefighters, like all first responders, rush towards danger in order to save ordinary people that are in trouble. They do not know what they will encounter, but through their training, experience, and teamwork, they know they will face that crisis head on. Their skill and fearlessness has been critical during our current COVID-19 pandemic. Going above and beyond is not new for Dory. She previously served the community working in the constituency offices of Carol Skelton and the current member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek. This is a well-deserved honor for Dory. Mr. Speaker, I wish her the best of luck, lifelong happiness, congratulations, and a big thank you for everything she continues to do.
The honourable member for London West.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
For London West, and I'm privileged to highlight the diversity and opportunities in our region thanks to investments from FedDev Ontario. 3 companies will receive a total of $5.6 million that will create 115 new jobs. Factory Bucket in London, Oxford Pallet in Norwich, and Titan Trailers in Tillsonburg and Delhi will all be able to increase production thanks to this investment. Factory Bucket has developed a suite of innovative software products to help manufacturers digitize, creating 20 skilled jobs in London. Oxford Pallet will hire 20 new employees in Norwich by expanding production and further reduce waste by recycling old pallets. And Titan Trailers, which designs custom trailers for bulk cargo, has created 75 skilled jobs and more than doubled production. It is through investments like these from federal, regional development agencies that our government is helping businesses weather the pandemic storm and build back better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, a dark cloud over Quebec was lightened. Once again, culture was the savior with the 42nd ADISC Gala and the brilliant hosting by comedian Louis-José Houd, who did the impossible, defy the worst and create the best. It was an extraordinary series of performances by artists in the music industry. It was a strong symbol to invest given all of the uncertainty they're facing now and in the future. They're not reinventing themselves. These artists are the revival. They are leading us with their vision. They embody fundamental values. On behalf of myself and my Bloc colleagues, I want to congratulate the Cowboy Fringant, des Charlebois, Cormier, KNLO, LS Sapi, Streliski, and all the winners, all the nominees, and even all the others. Bravo to all these talents in Quebec that make us so great. On their behalf, I want to say that music and culture are magical, essential, generous, but not free. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker.
the Royal Canadian Legion has faithfully served virtually every community in our country and the families of men and women who proudly wear the uniforms of service. Our community Legion halls are a source of camaraderie. They hold events, bingos, game nights, dances, fundraisers, and weddings. They're the hubs of their communities, especially in rural centers. The past several months have been very difficult for the 1,300 Legion branches across the country. Recently, I joined my colleague, the MP for Nickel Belt at Lockerbie Legion Branch 564 in Greater Sudbury to announce a $25,000 investment to rebuild a cenotaph bearing the names of 260 branch members who have served. We were proud to announce this commemorative partnership program grant on behalf of the Minister of Veterans Affairs. I want to encourage all Canadians to support local Legion halls in their communities in any way they can, so that Legions can continue to serve our servicemen and women and their families for another 100 years. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, November 5th marks the beginning of Veterans Week. During this time, we remember the brave men and women who have put on the uniform. We remember the sacrifices they made to protect the freedoms of those they would never meet or know. Earlier this year, members of the Canadian Armed Forces answered the call and put their health on the line to ensure seniors living in long-term care facilities affected by COVID-19 outbreaks were taken care of. Reflecting on what has been such a difficult year, I'm thinking of every military member unable to be with their loved ones as they bravely serve our country. I'm thinking of the veterans we've lost and their loved ones left behind. Mr. Speaker, we are forever in their debt. Because of their service and sacrifice, Canada remains the true North, strong and free.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Do you like sandwiches? Because if you do, I'd like to tell you about an amazing group of volunteers in my community. They've been making sandwiches and baked goods for our local food banks and for our meal programs. Our local pod of Sandwich Sisters, headed by Daryl Nielsen, have made over 15,000 sandwiches since April. And when I was volunteering at the Font Bond Ministries, I saw the impact of having those extra sandwiches and baked goods in addition to the meals that were being served. We have an amazing group of volunteers who've been working in our food banks all across our community. Bethany Baptist Church, Eastview Community Center, St. Anne's, St. John's, the Compassionate Mission, Danforth Church, and the Neighborhood Food Hub. I want to say thank you to all of those tremendous volunteers who have been supporting our community through this pandemic. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président, demain,
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow Veterans Week begins, and that is why I rise virtually today to pay tribute to the incredible work being done by the Legions, mainly those in my community of Alexandria, Russell, Hockland, and Roxbury.
Across Canada, Legions play an important role in not only supporting our veterans, but also making sure Canadians remembers those who have gone before us and the men and women in uniform who fought and continue to fight so Canadians can enjoy their freedom. Les Légions jouent un rôle.
Legions play an important role to celebrate our Remembrance Day ceremonies in our communities, and I say thank you to them. More so than ever, our Legions need us now.
Glengarry Prescott Russell and Canadians to join their local Legion and get involved. As we mark the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, we owe it to those who paid the ultimate sacrifice to never forget.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, Veterans Week begins tomorrow as we mark the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. The Royal Canadian Legion has named Deborah Sullivan of Somerville, New Brunswick, as this year's National Silver Cross Mother. Deborah's son, Navy Lieutenant Chris Saunders, was serving aboard HMCS Chicoutimi on October 6, 2004, when he tragically lost his life. The designation of the Silver Cross Mother is a solemn reminder of the families whose loved ones have died in service to our country. Royal Canadian Legions provide essential services to veterans and to their families. So whether you pick up a poppy or donate directly to your local branch, these time-honored institutions need our support now more than ever to continue their good work. On behalf of my constituents, I want to say thank you to all who have served and continue to serve, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to honor the work of John Fairley and the face-to-face campaign he founded, which has raised $1.2 million over the last 18 years in support of Hospice of Windsor and Essex County. Hospice provides palliative care and an oasis of peace, comfort, and trust for patients and their families on their end-of-life journey. Hospice depends on donations to provide that critical care, and so the economic impact of COVID-19 and the closure of fundraisers threatened this vital mission. But John Fairley was not deterred. When given the choice to move forward or shut things down, John said, "I decided with hope in my heart that our community would be there." Mr. Speaker, this year, despite the odds, our community came through once again with over $95,000 in donations. Congratulations to all the volunteers and organizers. Congratulations to Hospice, and congratulations, John Fairley. Your mom is smiling down on your tremendous work.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, we regularly hear about significant challenges regarding infrastructure in First Nations communities. Today, I want to share a success story. Tecumseh to Secwepemc in my riding are proud that they are the first First Nations community in the country to fund a major capital infrastructure project using development cost charges. The completion of their North Reservoir of their water network will allow 900 acres of reserve land to be developed and provide for improved fire protection. The vision of the band with its flat land, proximity to highways and rail lines are key features in their open for business message. After 150 years and the barriers to business through the Indian Act, the leadership demonstrated by Tecumseh proves that a roadmap of how to succeed with major development projects is possible. Congratulations, and I wish you great success.
The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, one of the untold Canadian stories is of women in agriculture. Generations of farm women work side by side with men preparing fields and gardens, sowing crops, caring for livestock, taking in the harvest, and then getting their food to market. Farm women did all of that while taking care of children, keeping house, and putting food on the table, and even serving food on tailgates in the fields. My grandmother did that, my mother did that, and I learned that at their sides. Mr. Speaker, farm women are and were the original multitaskers. Today, women in agriculture are involved in all aspects of agribusiness, managing large farm production operations, food processing facilities, and many links in the food supply chain. Mr. Speaker, I salute Canadian women who produce food to feed Canadian families and who aspire to growing Canadian agriculture and agri-food well into the 21st century. They are heroes.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, for this Remembrance Day, I want to thank the women who have and are representing us so well in the Canadian Armed Forces. I've witnessed their resilience and strength, both as veterans and as active members at 19 Wing Comox. I remember a SARTEC who helped hoist me up in a helicopter for a mock rescue, demonstrating their amazing skills. When I asked her how does she throw herself into the ocean to save someone in the middle of a storm, she told me, you just practice until it's what you do and you don't think about it. Or a veteran who served in World War II who said she fought hard to be respected as a woman in the forces. She expected me in this place, which is still male-dominated, to never stand down, but always stand up. That is what she fought for. I want to acknowledge all the women who have and are serving. I am so grateful for your challenges and your victories. As Yvette, a veteran in my riding, said, it's what you do, isn't it, when you're called to serve? You sacrifice your freedom for someone else's. Canada remembers.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Labeling of genetically modified organisms must be mandatory. According to 85% of Quebecers, despite everything, Canada is the first country in the world to have authorized the commercial production of a genetically modified animal. We're talking about salmon, Mr. Speaker. We have been guinea pigs to eat this genetically modified animal without knowing it. We demand the right to know. Starting in January 2021, modified salmon will be on the shelves, endangering the wild salmon population. The Canadian Aquaculture Industry Alliance does not support the commercial production of this salmon. The Mi'kmaq and the Maliseet communities have also highlighted the problems and the difficulties for wild salmon. I would draw the attention of the House to the petition E2877, which demands that it be mandatory to label GMO animals and to respect the rights of Indigenous peoples. So we must sign this petition E2877.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, on November 11th, Canadians across the country take a moment to commemorate our veterans. Remember the sacrifices made and the lives lost that made Canada the country we are so proud to call home. It's especially poignant this year with the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War and the 70th anniversary of the start of the Korean War. Today, I want to focus my comments on commemorating the families and our more recent veterans. Let's remember the sacrifices and impacts on parents, spouses, and family members like Bob and Carol Mitchell, M.J. Parker, Don and Patricia Poland, the Anderson family, the Daw family, and this year's National Silver Cross Mother Debbie Sullivan. Let's also remember the families and parents of those still serving. Among them are Patricia Mankey, Sherry Lumley, and Tracy Wilson, all proud mothers of serving CAF members who we owe our respect to. Finally, we can't forget the veterans who are still with us and whom will never forget the loss of their colleagues in conflict. Brian McCallum, Greg Robertson, Brendan Leslie, and Sean Fevens are all names we should remember too. It's the least we can do. Thank you to all those who have served and who continue to serve our nation so bravely. Your sacrifices will not be forgotten. Pro Patria, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, it is National Caregiver Week in Quebec, and I want to pay tribute in this extraordinary chamber the dedication of those who every day take care of a loved one, a friend, a neighbor. Being a caregiver means making great sacrifices for a loved one, like making small gestures every day that make a difference in the life of someone else. The pandemic has posed its share of challenges and obstacles for caregivers. They have had to face uncertainty and work very hard, but despite everything, caregivers continue to invest their time without watching the clock. Their efforts make them heroes, and I want to highlight the essential work of Appui Outaouais, which supports a number of organizations in the region and which together work on behalf of several 100,000 caregivers in the region. Let us express our gratitude to them because saying thank you is essential too for our caregivers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General can't get his story straight when it comes to judicial appointments. First, the process was independent. Second, they only interfered to get more diverse candidates. We then heard that the government didn't always take the most highly recommended candidate. Mr. Speaker, when answers continually change, it suggests bad actions are being covered up. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he has politicized Canadian judicial appointments?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to taking questions from the member opposite, but first I want to reassure Canadians that the Canadian government is watching very carefully events unfold in the United States as they go through their electoral processes. As always, we will seek to make sure that we're able to defend Canadian interests and Canadians as we move forward, as the Americans make an important decision about the next steps forward. We will watch, we will continue to defend Canadians.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, another sign of a cover-up is giving statements like that or answering questions that were never actually asked, Mr. Speaker. The Attorney General told this House he never had a candidate refused by the Prime Minister's office. Nobody asked him that question, Mr. Speaker. If you're told who to select, your selection will never be refused, Mr. Speaker. Has the Prime Minister or anyone in his office ever directed the Attorney General to pick a certain candidate?
Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of Conservative mismanagement, we brought in important reforms to the process in 2016. We strengthened the role of the independent judicial advisory committees. We produced a more rigorous, open and accountable system that better reflects Canada's diversity. All appointments are based on merit and based on the needs of the court and each candidate's area of expertise. We are proud of the high quality of jurists that have been appointed under our reformed system. They are from different backgrounds and, yes, even from different political affiliations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a number of members in the Prime Minister's entourage are influencing appointments. Emails between PMO and the former Justice Minister are evidence today of this. Obviously, there's been interference. Is the Prime Minister's office influencing the appointment of judges? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have made major reforms to the process in 2016 after 10 years of mismanagement under the Conservative government. We strengthened the role of the Advisory Committee, which is independent, their role in appointments. We also set up a stricter, more open and accountable system that better reflects Canada's diversity. Appointments are based on merit as well as on the needs of the courts in various fields of expertise. We are very proud of the appointments we've made since this new strengthened system was put in place. There's more variety and more political stripes to the appointments. The Honourable Opposition Leader. Stats on the second wave of COVID-19 are increasingly worrisome. Public Health is now recommending the wearing of 3-layer masks instead of 2-layer masks. Clearly, federal public health is stricter than in Quebec. Should Quebecers listen to the federal orders or the provincial orders? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, we've been working with the provinces and territories to ensure Canadians are protected from coast to coast. We have always recognized the importance of workers, frontline workers and local authorities in managing the pandemic properly within their regions. At the federal level, we recommend measures that could be helpful across the country. We hope everyone will do whatever they can to keep their distances, to protect themselves and others by wearing a mask and by downloading the COVID Alert app.
That Canadians get consistent public health advice when it comes to COVID-19. And they didn't get that yesterday from the health minister. She refused to answer when asked if Canadians should listen to the federal, provincial, or municipal health authorities when there's conflicting advice about lockdowns or mask wearing. In fact, on those issues, she's changed her own mind several times, Mr. Speaker. Why can't Canadians get a straight answer from the federal health minister when it comes to public health advice about COVID-19?
Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been clear from the very beginning that the need to do everything we can to keep ourselves and others safe is what Canadians should be doing. I'm very pleased to support Dr. Tam, support the Health Minister, support all of our various health experts across the country who are putting forward measures that Canadians can take on to keep themselves safe. I'm extremely pleased to hear the member opposite, the Leader of the Opposition, talk about the importance of wearing masks. It's important that everyone wears masks.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that for a very rare occasion, the Prime Minister and I agree that the election of Joe Biden would be preferable. I will never be Prime Minister of Canada, so I can say so. He can't say so. He can't say so. But he did it anyway. He said that our relationship with the United States was weaken, in fact, because he said so anyway, our relationship with the U.S. and is weakened, and so is our relationship with France because of what this Prime Minister has said. Has the Prime Minister spoken to the French President, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure everyone here in the House and all Canadians that we are closely watching events in the United States, and as we've done for years with success, we've always been there to defend Canadian interests, the interests of our entrepreneurs, our workers, be they aluminum or steel workers. We will remain there regardless of the result of the U.S. election to defend Canadians. And we will continue to work with all our allies, including France, on the major issues we face throughout the world. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That doesn't really answer the question. I'm satisfied that the Quebec Premier and we have made it clear to France that this Prime Minister does not speak for Quebec when it comes to freedom of expression, secularism, or friendship with France. But we're in an awkward situation at the same time with France and the U.S. right now. The French president called the Quebec Premier, but not the Prime Minister of Canada, and that shows that there's a chill between the two countries. There's only one solution. Will the Prime Minister of Canada phone the French president and apologize for his woeful lack in judgment? The Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've been very happy to work with my friend President Macron of France on issues that are important to Canadians and for the entire planet, whether it's climate change, women's rights, fighting terrorism, or upholding our fundamental rights. We will always do this, and I will be delighted to speak to President Macron in the near future. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're full into the middle of the second wave of COVID-19. Once again, our seniors are the hardest hit. It's unacceptable. It was unacceptable during the first wave, but it's completely unforgivable in the second wave. Our seniors deserve the best possible care. The Prime Minister promised to create federal care standards. Where are those standards to protect our seniors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand on this side of the House how important it is to work in partnership with the provinces on protecting all Canadians, particularly our seniors who are vulnerable to COVID-19. And that is why we immediately, when Quebec asked for them, we sent in our armed forces, and we continue to work with the Red Cross because we will always be there for our seniors. In addition, we're working with the provinces to share best practices and to ensure that seniors will indeed be protected in long-term care all across the country for the years to come.
Mr. Speaker, the worst outbreak of COVID-19 right now is happening in Manitoba. It's happening in long-term care homes, and it's happening in long-term care homes owned by this government. These are for-profit. When we've said again and again, profit should have no place in the care of our seniors, and that we need national standards to care for our seniors. So when will the Prime Minister take responsibility, end profit in the federally owned long-term care homes, and save lives?
Full Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Canadians expect all their orders of government to work together. We fully respect provincial jurisdiction over long-term care homes, but we are there to support. We're working with them towards long-term care norms and guidelines that can be national in scope to make sure that no senior anywhere in the country can feel like they're getting less protection than their neighbours in a different part of the country. We need to be there to support. I spoke with Premier Pallister of Manitoba last night and continued to encourage him to reach out to the federal government for anything he needs to handle this difficult situation.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, for Canadians, freedom of expression is fundamental and non-negotiable. Recently, the Prime Minister didn't really know what to do. On Friday, he said what he really thought, but then he withdrew his remarks because he realized that neither the French nor Canadians agreed with him. Macron has basically slapped the Prime Minister across the face by calling the Premier of Quebec and not him. I'd like to know from the Prime Minister, why hasn't President Macron called him? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said last week, and I repeat today, we will always defend freedom of expression. It's a right, a freedom that's protected under the Charter and is something that we hold dear, and we will protect it in our democracy and society. As usual, we will continue to work with our counterparts around the world, including President Macron, on issues that are important to Canadians and everyone else in the world, including defending freedom of expression and other fundamental rights. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Prime Minister to think a little bit about this. On Friday, he said that freedom of expression was not unlimited. But yesterday, he said, we vigorously defend freedom of expression. That's obviously two different versions, and that can't be denied. We see the Prime Minister as someone who doesn't know which way to turn. Why can't he admit that what he said last Friday was what he truly thinks about freedom of expression? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, I'm sure, wouldn't want to mislead the House. Perhaps I should rectify things by saying that I did say last Friday that we would always defend freedom of expression. That is an essential principle of our democracy. It's a fundamental freedom that we hold dear as Canadians, and we will always defend that here and elsewhere in the world.
And Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Professor Charles Lebois from Dalhousie University described the practices of grocery giants as, and I quote, supply chain bullying. He pointed to the fees charged by suppliers by grocery giants like Loblaws and Walmart to pay for $6 billion in home renovations to their stores. That's like making a multi-million-dollar renovation on your cottage at Harrington Lake and expecting taxpayers to foot the bill. When will this government tell Loblaws and Walmart to stop the bullying tactics that put farmers and food processors at risk and make grocery bills even higher for Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is disappointing to see grocers impose costly fees which fall on thousands of Canadian food producers working hard to feed Canadians and support communities. Independent grocers, food processors, food producers and workers have played a critical role during this pandemic. We share Canadians' concern about fair market practices and are committed to ensuring the right conditions for all businesses to thrive. The Federal Competition Bureau, as an independent law enforcement agency, is responsible for enforcing the Competition Act, and we expect that it will.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should know that and take seriously that food security in a pandemic is a very real risk. Since March of this year, Canadians have seen shortages of products on grocery store shelves. Producers and processors have stepped up and kept food coming from the farm to Canadians' tables, but the grocery giants are gouging them with new fees. After months of rising above the challenges with next to no support from this government, they need action now. When will the government recognize this service to Canadian families and stand up to the grocery giants' supply chain bullying?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It is a shame to see members trying to mislead the House in the fact that this government has actually stepped up with hundreds of millions of dollars during this unprecedented time to support producers, to support farmers, to support people right across the country who are struggling in this pandemic. Yes, we are concerned with the costly fees added on by grocery chains, and that's why we have turned to the Federal Competition Bureau. We assure Canadians we will continue to raise this matter also with our provincial counterparts as we encourage everyone to take action in this matter.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
In the year with the greatest spending in Canada's history, that we have no budget, no economic or fiscal update, no reports every 2 weeks on COVID spending, no mandate letter to the finance minister, and today the parliamentary budget officer has condemned the government for its secrecy around billions in spending. Does the Prime Minister have any secrets to hide about spending, or has he simply lost count? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our absolute priority is to support Canadians and businesses as we go through this COVID-19 pandemic. Since the very outset, we have been open and transparent about our economic plan for COVID-19, and we'd like to thank all parties for cooperating in the rollout of that funding and for their support in this unprecedented period. Since the beginning, we have given frequent updates, and in keeping with our ongoing commitment, we will be presenting more information this fall, and we will always be there for Canadians when they need us.
We don't know about the budget because there hasn't been one in a record 18 months. About an economic update, which doesn't yet have a date. There's still no letter of mandate to the Minister of Finance, no bi-weekly updates. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says there's no reports on $80 billion of spending. Napoleon said, never ascribe to malice what can be explained by incompetence. So, is it possible that the Prime Minister is not hiding anything? He's just completely lost track of all the spending.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we made a very different decision than what the Conservatives would have made, as the member from Carleton keeps highlighting. We made a commitment to Canadians that we would be there for them. We sent out the Canada Emergency Response Benefit almost immediately to millions of Canadians who needed it, who used it to put groceries on the table, to pay for their rents, to support their families at a time of uncertainty and crisis. We had Canadians' backs, and we will continue to have Canadians' backs as long as it takes, whatever it takes. I will let the Conservatives continue to try and play politics and explain how they wouldn't have done that for Canadians, but we have and we will continue to.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, French President Emmanuel Macron phoned the Quebec Premier to thank him for his unconditional support for freedom of expression. The Prime Minister of Canada's phone didn't ring because he said you have to put limits on this freedom. But in a dramatic twist, he changed his mind. He now says we must always defend freedom of expression. So who knows whether he's going to change his mind again? Why did it take such a diplomatic snub for him to understand that you have to defend freedom of expression when it's attacked by an Islamic fundamentalist killer? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the opposition parties are trying to make political hay out of nothing, but it's very clear what I said on Friday. We will always defend freedom of expression. There's nothing equivocal about it. It's unambiguous. We will stand up for Canadians' fundamental rights. We will always be there to support our friends around the world who are facing atrocious, unacceptable crimes. We will always defend the fundamental values and principles of all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I guess everyone misunderstood what he was saying, including President Macron. Europe is experiencing a worrying resurgence of Islamic extremist terrorism with 3 deadly attacks in the past 2 weeks. Canada should be a dependable, reliable, and steadfast ally to our European partners against obscurantist killers. But that's not what the Prime Minister was last week. His flip-flops on freedom of expression make him look like a wishy-washy leader who can't make up his mind between condemning violence and trying to reassure a radical Islamic fringe. Why is it so hard for him to say there's no circumstance under which religion can serve to justify violence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to encourage my honourable colleague to take a look at what I said last week. I said we would always defend freedom of expression. I said we condemned unequivocally those acts which were unjustified and unjustifiable and unacceptable. I said we would not allow the Islamic community to be defined by these violent extremists. That's precisely what I said last week, and I will repeat it this week.
The opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the facts on COVID-19, the government has 3 stories on the pandemic warning system. The health minister has said it was shut off, and they're investigating that decision. The Prime Minister has said the warning system was never shut off. The public safety minister just confirmed it was shut off but he didn't find out about it until we started asking questions. Which one of these stories is true?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there have been no changes in funding or staffing levels in that organization since 2015. We've continued to rely on experts and public servants to do the work they continue to do. Indeed, when reports came out, the health minister asked to follow up on some questions that were being posed, and we are actually following up on that right now. We have always put science at the forefront of our decision-making. We were acting and reacting to this pandemic from the beginning of January. We will continue to do whatever is necessary to keep Canadians safe through the rest of the time we're dealing with this pandemic.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just said there were no changes to a system that two of his ministers said was shut down, Mr. Speaker. There's consequences to shutting down our early pandemic warning system. The New York Times revealed that the World Health Organization handed key parts of the early work on COVID-19 over to China. A global health expert has referred to this as an absolute whitewash. Why did this government muzzle Canadian officials only to rely on communist China for early news on the COVID outbreak?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on January 2nd, Dr. Theresa Tam convened a meeting of her provincial counterparts to talk about worrisome news coming out of China. Weeks later, we gathered the incident response group at the cabinet level to talk about this development, and we continued to engage with scientists and doctors from around the world, including at the WHO, including our own internal capacities, to prepare and respond to this pandemic. We've learned many things since then, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be better positioned in the future. But as it is, we will continue to do everything we can, as we have, to protect Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Safety Minister told committee he wasn't aware of anyone asking to close the border until days before they closed it. The Prime Minister just confirmed he was warned on January 2nd by Dr. Tam, and we now know that in February, officials at Public Safety were sending notes to government departments warning about the transmission risk of Canadians returning from abroad. Why did the Prime Minister ignore warnings from his own public safety officials for over a month before he closed the border?
Well, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every single step of the way, we leaned on experts and epidemiologists and international health experts in the pandemic for the best recommendations on how to keep Canadians safe. We moved forward on those, including setting up quarantine facilities for Canadians returning, bringing in extra measures at the borders, and we were able to see in those early days a very low incidence of cases in Canada. Now, there are many things we're going to be looking back on and say, oh, we should have done this differently, should have done that differently. But I can tell you, every effort was made to do everything right, and Canadians are benefiting from those decisions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker. Point of order. Madame Chabot. I didn't hear the question or the answer, Mr. Speaker. Okay, is the interpretation...
Okay, nous allons voir.
We'll see, there may be a technical problem.
Okay, je vais parler en anglais.
Okay, I'll speak in English.
Is it translated into French? Est-ce que c'était traduit en français?
Is that being translated into French?
Okay, parfait. Je pense...
Okay, great. I think we've solved the problem. And we'll go back to the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the second wave is hitting harder and harder. The lack of public health workers and the delayed decisions coming from this Liberal government since the very beginning of the pandemic have left Canadians confused about what advice to follow. Can Canadians still trust this government? And can we hope to have a family Christmas this year? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Canadians can continue to trust this government. We were there to support them from the very beginning of this pandemic, not just with health measures and support for the provinces, but also with direct support to Canadians, with the emergency benefits, with the wage subsidy, with benefits for seniors, for students, for young people. We will remain there for Canadians. We will all do our part. The federal government will continue to be there. We will continue to work with the provinces who are doing what they need to do, and Canadians are doing what they can do to lessen the impact.
Liberals love their pretty words when it comes to gender equality, but women are still waiting. Women are waiting for affordable childcare. Women are waiting for equal pay. Canadian women still make 32% less than men, and our work shouldn't come at a discount. After decades of inaction, the Liberals finally moved on pay equity. But today's PBO report shows the Liberals are dragging their feet and the law is not being enforced. Why do women still have to fight their own government for pay equity? Why do we still have to wait?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, we've taken many significant steps forward towards gender equality, but we know there is much more work to do. We passed historic pay equity legislation and are working hard to implement it. We know that this is a systemic change that is long overdue. We have begun taking large steps towards it, but we will continue to work with all our allies in this House and beyond to ensure that we're making things much better in this country. We need gender equality. It's not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. That's why we will continue to work hard every day to achieve it.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Canada's largest federal infrastructure project is the Gordie Howe Bridge being built in my riding. The project will feature art representing the local history of the area. It will include European and Indigenous art, but will unjustly exclude the historic and extremely important Black community. This very location was the epicenter of the Underground Railway for escaping slavery to freedom. African Canadians are being written out of our history by the Liberal government, a demonstration of systemic racism. Will the Prime Minister commit right now, today, to make sure he fixes this problem and he turns it around and includes the African Black community history? He can do it now. Do we have his commitment to make sure it gets done?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his advocacy on this issue. It sounds like something that absolutely we should be moving forward on. I look forward to talking with the Infrastructure Minister and working with our first ever Minister for Diversity and Inclusion in the history of this country to ensure that we're doing everything we can to fight systemic racism, to fight against anti-Black racism, and to make sure that we are properly remembering all aspects of our history. Because Black history is Canadian history, Mr. Speaker, not just in February, but every month. We will continue to work together to make sure that we do that.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning of this pandemic, businesses in my riding of Kingston and the Islands have counted on our government for the support they need to keep their employees on the payroll and keep their doors open. Now, as we face a second wave of the pandemic, many businesses are doing their part by following public health orders, but they are worried about being able to make it through this pandemic. Can the Prime Minister tell this House what the government is doing to ensure businesses in my riding have the support they need to get through this second wave and are able to be in a strong position when we recover from this pandemic?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the member for Kingston and the Islands for his question and for his tremendous advocacy on behalf of workers and businesses in his riding. We will continue to support small businesses across the country who've been hard hit by this pandemic. With the new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, we will provide simple, easy-to-access rent support until 2021. And for those who are impacted by public health orders, we would make sure that they have additional supports to cover up to 90% of their rent. We're calling on all members of this House to help get the support to businesses across the country and make sure that it goes directly to tenants and not through landlords anymore.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboine Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, for weeks, Conservatives have been asking questions about Canadian drone systems that have been diverted to the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in violation of international treaties. We know that on April 23rd, the Prime Minister spoke with the President of Turkey. Pictures of these drone systems have now appeared in the Globe and Mail. Canadians deserve answers. Did the Prime Minister agree to the Turkish President's request to approve these systems for export? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have a rigorous export control system that ensures that as we export armaments or military equipment around the world, all the rules are followed. When reports came out of possible Canadian technology being used in Nagorno-Karabakh, we immediately suspended the relevant export permits to Turkey and are following up on an appropriate investigation. We need to make sure that Canadian-made equipment is not being used in illicit or ways that are not aligned with the original contract signed, and of course, never are used to harm civilians or innocents.
The
Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, that was interesting, but that was not the question, and this is a serious question which deserves a clear answer. Canada developed a drone system. This same system was used in the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, which violates international accords. We know that on the 23rd of April, the Prime Minister spoke with the President of Turkey. The question is simple and deserves a clear answer. During that conversation, did the Prime Minister agree to the export and sale of Canadian drones to Turkey? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals' northern drilling ban has been holding back our economy since it was imposed in 2016. What's worse is that the government failed to consult with their territorial partners before moving forward on this policy. As it is slated for review next year and Canada's resource sector can play a pivotal role in our economic recovery, will the Prime Minister commit today to initiating the consultation with Northerners that he neglected the first time around?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know how important it is to continue to develop our natural resources as we move forward into a renewed and build back better future. We know that natural resources will play a key role in developing the technologies of the future, from mining products, cobalt and lithium and other nickel that goes into our batteries, to copper for our wiring, to rare earth minerals for our high-tech systems. We know how important it is to move forward on natural resources, but we know we need to do it properly, and that is always in partnership with Indigenous peoples, with clarity for industry and with predictability for all.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, the Iqaluit Post Office is one of the busiest in Canada, as Nunavummiut must order many items online. As expected, the pandemic has boosted this demand, and it has actually flooded the post office with more than it can handle. Residents of Iqaluit have been calling on the government to make upgrades on this facility for a number of years. So can the Prime Minister explain why Nunavut continues to be underserved by his government?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after years of using the North for photo ops by the previous Prime Minister, we have made historic investments in supporting communities of the North, recognizing that Northern sovereignty happens not with a few photo ops, but with real substantive investments in the Canadians, in people who live there. That is why we will continue to work in partnership with Northerners, move forward on a Northern Arctic policy framework to ensure that investments in infrastructure, investments in supports for the North, historic investments in food security, in airline security, these are the things that matter for Canadians.
Before continuing, I just want to remind the honourable members that when there is heckling going back and forth, it really is hard on the interpreters' ears, and I'm sure nobody in this room wants to hurt the interpreters. L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is interfering in the judicial appointments process. Journalist Joël Denis Bellavance has evidence that in 2017, someone from the PMO contacted colleagues at the Justice Department at least 4 times to promote candidates. 4 times, Mr. Speaker. Radio-Canada has evidence that in 2019, someone from the Minister of Justice's office warned that he had concerns about PMO requirements prior to judicial appointments, and even said that there was potential for a scandal there. So we know that the Prime Minister is interfering in the judicial appointment process. The million-dollar question is why? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have strengthened the role of independent advisory committees. We have established a more rigorous, open, and responsible process. We have merit-based accountable appointments, as well as on the needs of courts and the areas of expertise of each candidate. We are very proud of the highly competent jurists who have been appointed since our strengthened system was implemented. These appointments come from different political backgrounds. Due diligence occurs after the minister has made his recommendation, which occurs after the advisory committee has provided a list of names. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister hasn't answered, but we know why. The Prime Minister is interfering in the process in order to favour Liberal judges. His advisors are pressuring the Department of Justice. His ministers are consulted, like the Minister of Revenue in 2018. His MPs are consulted, like former member Nicolas Diorio. Riding staff is consulted, like Minister of Agriculture staffers in 2018. The Prime Minister, ministers, MPs, staff, the entire Liberal machine is involved in judicial appointments. Mr. Speaker, has the Prime Minister invented a new concept, systemic favoritism? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all of our judicial appointments are merit-based. We are proud of the highly competent experts who have been implemented since our strengthened system was brought into place. And we have broadly consulted. Due diligence takes place after the minister makes his recommendation, which is done after the advisory committee, which is independent, provides the list of names.
For Calgary, Midnapore.
Monsieur le Président, la nation demande.
Mr. Speaker, the entire nation has recognized the importance of air companies. France gave $22.7 billion in grants and subsidies to the aerospace industry in France. As have done other countries, there have been loans, subsidies. We need to hear that the air industry is a priority. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government take supporting the aerospace industry seriously? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadian workers and businesses of all sizes are facing uncertainty during this pandemic. We will continue to analyze the specific difficulties caused by COVID-19 to industrial sectors who may be having unprecedented financial difficulties because of the pandemic. We have always supported workers in the aerospace industry in Canada, and we will continue to do so.
Le député.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
In 1 year, Canadian carriers have lost 14% of transatlantic capacity share. U.S. carriers are operating at 50% capacity, while our Canadian carriers are only operating at 25%. Leakage to the U.S. market is expected to grow as Canadians go to the U.S. for more inexpensive flights. When will the government provide the airline sector with a plan so that Canada won't continue to flail in the international market?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin by pointing out that we are in a historic pandemic right now, and we have put in measures in Canada designed to protect Canadians. The members opposite, we've seen the Conservatives a few times saying we should follow the example of the Americans in how they're managing the pandemic. That is simply not what we are going to do. We stepped up with over $1.1 billion in support for Canada's airlines. We will continue to support them through this pandemic, through many of the measures we're even voting on a little later this week. These are the things that we're doing to both support our industries and keep Canadians safe, unlike what the Conservatives seem to want us to do.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, finally this week, the government announced funding for the airline sector for only one region of Canada, leaving all other regions across Canada with reduced or eliminated service. Flights such as Fredericton to Halifax, Regina to Winnipeg, or North Bay to Toronto, all of which have been suspended. Other regions continue to wait for the government to act, wondering if their regional needs will ever be addressed. Is this what regions can continue to expect as a response for the struggling sector, or will the government finally come up with a national, coordinated plan to help all regions of Canada?
Well, Prime Minister.
I suggest that the member opposite should actually listen to her colleague who asked a really important question about supports for northern regions in this country. We actually moved forward, yes, earlier this week with extra supports for northern carriers because that's a region that is particularly hard hit by this pandemic, and we will continue to ensure that northerners who rely on air transportation to get food and basic supplies continue to be able to rely on that. We have been there for Canadians right across this country from the very beginning. We will continue to be there for northerners and indeed for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last year, while Canadians were preparing themselves for the holidays, a then 10-year-old boy named Adam was wrongfully flagged as a possible security threat under the no-fly list. The Harper Conservatives, in a mad rush to promote themselves as tough, clumsily designed a system whereby people were flagged based on nothing more than their name. This unfortunately led to very public instances whereby young children simply traveling to watch a hockey game were singled out. We have heard from groups such as the No-Fly List Kids that the Conservatives' error must be addressed. Can the Prime Minister please inform the House when action will be taken to ensure no more children will be flagged falsely?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from Scarborough Centre for the important question and for her advocacy on the file. After being alerted to troubling incidents involving children of members of the no-fly list kids, we assured concerned parents that we would work to prevent this from ever happening again. Today, I am pleased to announce that final provisions of the Secure Air Travel Act have come into force to deliver centralized screening and a Canadian travel number. We can all agree that 10-year-olds should not have to worry about being publicly singled out when trying to watch their favourite hockey team in action.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, over a year ago, the expert panel on money laundering in British Columbia estimated that over $40 billion is annually laundered in Canada. The panel also highlighted that there are serious federal gaps, specifically with FINTRAC. This is a national problem requiring federal action. Canadian families are being priced out of certain real estate markets. So my question to the Prime Minister today, has FINTRAC increased its reporting to law enforcement agencies, and what are the numbers?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with British Columbia and with all our partners on fighting organized crime and money laundering. This is an issue that, as the member opposite has said, has impacts right across the country and in various real estate markets particularly. That is why we've moved forward with the National Housing Strategy, increasing affordability for Canadians. We will continue to work with Canadians, even as we combat organized crime and money laundering, making housing more affordable, making neighbourhoods stronger, and continuing to support Canadians through this pandemic and beyond.
Well, member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has had 5 years to address this serious issue, which costs our country tens of billions of dollars a year and results in home ownership being out of reach for many Canadians. For every single full year that we were in power, we held a top 10 position in Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index. This past year, Canada fell out of the top 10 for the first time since the last time the Liberals were in power. When is the Prime Minister going to show real leadership to solve this growing problem?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will highlight that unfortunately, because the member opposite brought up the Conservatives' time in office, I need to emphasize that they continue to cut resources for the RCMP to go after serious crimes like money laundering and organized crime. We made investments to support our frontline police officers. We made investments to enable the RCMP to do more. We're working in partnership with British Columbia. We are continuing to take very seriously these matters, and we'll continue to move forward on them.
Well, member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is stuck in the past, but the Transparency International report posted this year in 2020 is titled, "Canada Falls from its Anti-Corruption Perch." It highlights the SNC-Lavalin scandal, saying, quote, "Countries usually take the biggest hit on the Corruption Perception Index when the long-festering corruption issues come to light in explosive ways." It continues, but this can also be the best time for officials to roll up their sleeves and finally tackle the problems. This Prime Minister has literally made an art form of rolling up his sleeves. When is he going to move on to actually tackling the growing problem of money laundering?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as I said, after Conservatives cut investments into RCMP, FinTrack, and CRA, we actually made $172 million in investments. So it's not just about rolling up our sleeves, it's about actually delivering for these agencies, whether it's the RCMP, FinTrack, or the CRA, that can actually go after money laundering. Those are the investments we made tangibly when Conservatives made cuts.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy enabled workers in my riding of Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle to continue having a paycheck to count on. However, initially, that support was slated to end at the end of the year. Could the Prime Minister tell this House what our government plans to do to ensure that workers can continue to count on this support as we face a second wave of the virus? Thank you very much. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her important question on behalf of her voters in Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. For more than 3.7 million Canadians, the wage subsidy provided job security while we were fighting COVID-19. With Bill C-9, our government seeks to extend the wage subsidy until June 2021. So that Canadian businesses be in a position of strength when we exit this crisis. I hope that all MPs will join us in supporting the extension of this important program.
Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, people are scared. After months of First Nations doing everything they can to stay safe, there is a COVID-19 outbreak at the Kiosk work camp where there are hundreds of workers. Manitoba Hydro hasn't shut down the camp. They're not sharing information with First Nations, and there are concerns that they are using questionable testing techniques. This could put our entire region at risk. Will the Prime Minister intervene directly on behalf of First Nations and Northern people? Will he call for immediate action to stop the spread of COVID-19 at Kiosk and throughout our region?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are obviously concerned by the outbreak of COVID-19 cases at the Kiosk generating station, and we're monitoring the situation closely. We expect work on the Manitoba Hydro project to follow public health advice to keep workers and Indigenous communities safe. We will support First Nations leadership in working with their partners on measures appropriate to protect their communities.
That's all the time we have today. C'est tout le temps qu'on a. It being 3:12, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Kelly relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table. The question is the following one.
Mr. Kelly, seconded by Monsieur Généreux, moved that given the pandemic has had devastating consequences on Canadian workers and businesses, especially in the restaurant, hospitality, and tourism sectors, the House call on the government to immediately pause the audits of small business that received the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy until at least June 2021, and B, provide additional flexibility in the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and other support programs.
All those in favor of the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Finlay Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finlay Haldeman Norfolk.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you've been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure that your camera is turned on at all times and that your microphone is turned on only when you are voting.
Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Alghabra.
Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Alghabra, against. Contre.
Ms. Anand.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Anand, contre. Against.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ananda Sangari, against. Contre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Monsieur Arsenault, contre. Against.
Mr. Aria.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aria, against. Contre.
Mr. Badaway.
I vote against the motion.
Badaway, against. Contre.
Mr. Bagnell.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Bagnell, contre. Against.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baines, against. Contre.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baptiste, against. Contre.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, against. Contre.
Madame Bendayan.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bendayan, contre. Against.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett, against, contre.
Madame Bessette.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bessette, contre, against.
Madame Bibeau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bibeau, against, contre.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Biddle, against, contre.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blair, against, contre.
Mr. Blois.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blois, against, contre.
Mr. Bratina.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bratina, against, contre.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Speaker, je vote contre, against the motion.
Brière, contre, against.
Mr. Carr.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carr, against, contre.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Casey, contre, against.
Ms. Chager.
Nay, Mr. Speaker, I vote against them.
Ms. Chager, against, contre.
Mr. Chen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chen, against, contre.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, contre, against.
Ms. Damoff.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Damoff, against, contre.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dhaliwal, against, contre.
Ms. Dillon.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Dillon, contre, against.
Monsieur Drouin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Drouin, contre, against.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote contre la motion.
Dubourg, contre, against.
Monsieur Duclos.
I vote against the motion.
Duclos, against, contre.
Mr. Duguid.
I vote against the motion.
Duguid, against, contre.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, against, contre.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, against, contre.
Mr. Easter.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur El-Khoury, contre, against.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, against, contre.
Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Fergus, against, contre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Against.
Mr. Fillmore, against, contre.
Mr. Fisher.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fisher, against, contre.
Mr. Fonseca.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fonseca, contre, against.
Madame Fortier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Fortier, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît? Votre caméra n'a pas déclenché.
Je vote contre la motion.
Merci.
Madame Fortier, contre, against.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Against.
Mr. Fragiscatos, against, contre.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fraser, against, contre.
Ms. Freeland.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Freeland, against, contre.
Ms. Fry.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Fry, against, contre.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Gerritsen, contre, against.
Ms. Gould.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Gould, contre, against.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Je vote contre la proposition, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Guilbeault, contre, against.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hardy, against, contre.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Holland, against, contre.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Hausfather, against, contre.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Hussein, contre, against.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Hutchins, against, contre.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote
contre la proposition.
Monsieur Iacono contre against.
Ms. Jacek.
I vote against the motion.
Jacek against contre.
Madame Joly.
Je vote contre la motion.
Contre against.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones against contre.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Jordan against contre.
Mr. Callaway.
I vote against the motion.
Callaway against contre.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Khalid against contre.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kara against contre.
Madame Koutrakis.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Koutrakis contre against.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Maricek against contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Non contre against.
Ms. Lambropoulos.
Je vote contre la motion.
Lambropoulos contre against.
Monsieur Lametti.
Je vote contre la motion.
Lametti contre against.
Ms. Latanzio.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Latanzio against contre.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je voterai contre la motion.
Lauzon contre against.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Leblanc contre against.
Madame Leboutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Leboutillier contre against.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lefebvre contre against.
Monsieur Lightbond.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Lightbond contre against.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Long contre against.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Longfield against contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga against contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Macaulay Cardigan against contre.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Martinez Ferrada contre against.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McDonald contre against.
Mr. McGuinty.
I vote against the motion.
And Mr. McGuinty, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGuinty against contre.
Mr. McKay.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McGuinty contre against.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam against contre.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories against contre.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Miller against contre.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Morrissey contre against.
Ms. Ng.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Ng contre against.
Ms. O'Connell.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. O'Connell against contre.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Oliphant against contre.
Mr. Pawlowski.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Pawlowski against contre.
Ms. Qualtrough.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Qualtrough against contre.
Ms. Ratansi.
I vote against the motion.
Ratansi against contre.
Mr. Regan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Regan against contre.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Robillard contre against.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rogers against contre.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North against contre.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Saini against contre.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Sanson contre against.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sarai against contre.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Scarpaleggia, against, contre.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Schiffke, contre, against.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Schultz, contre, against.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Serré, contre, against.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Gros, against, contre.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madam Shanahan, contre, against.
Mr. Sheehan.
I vote against.
Mr. Sheehan, against, contre.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, against, contre.
Mr. Sims.
I vote against.
Mr. Sims, against, contre.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sabara, against, contre.
Mr. Spengeman.
Je suis contre cette motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Spengeman, contre, against.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, against, contre.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, against, contre.
Mr. Van Coverden.
Monsieur Van Couverden, pouvez-vous répéter? Maybe check the arm on your headset, make sure it's down.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Thank you. Merci.
Mr. Van Couverden, contre, against.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Vandenberg, against, contre.
Mr. Virani.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Virani, contre, against.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Weiler, against, contre.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, against, contre.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Yip, against, contre.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur le Président, je suis contre la motion.
Ms. Young, contre, against.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Ms. Zan.
I vote contre la motion.
Ms. Zan, contre, against.
Monsieur Zoubiri.
Je vote contre la motion.
Contre, against.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Abultaif, for.
Mr. Aitchison.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Aitchison, for.
Mr. Albus.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Albus, for.
Ms. Alislav.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Alislav, for.
Just wanted to follow up.
Ms. Lalonde, can you please mute your microphone, please? Madame Lalonde? Can we mute her? Okay, she's muted. Please proceed.
Okay.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame
Alislav.
Ms. Alislav, for.
Mr. Allison.
I support the motion.
Mr. Allison, for.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Arnold, for.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, for.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, for.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, for.
Mr. Benzen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Benzen, for.
Ms. Bergen.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Bergen, for.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Berthold, for.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Speaker, please mark me down on the yes column.
Mr. Bazan, for.
Mrs. Block.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Block, for.
Mr. Bragdon.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bragdon, for.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, for.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, for, poor.
Mr. Carey.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Carey, for, poor.
Mr. Chu.
I vote for.
Mr. Chu, for, poor.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Chong, for, poor.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote in support of the motion.
Mr. Cooper, for, poor.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Cumming, for, poor.
Mr. Dalton.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dalton, for, poor.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Dancho, for, poor.
Mr. Davidson.
How you doing, Mr. Speaker? I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Davidson, for, poor.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
I just want to remind the honourable members that they're voting either in favor or not, or against it, not and to hold back on the commentary. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. d'Entremont.
I am fine. I'm voting in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. D'Entremont, for, poor.
Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Diot, for, poor.
Mr. Doherty.
Je vote pour, en faveur.
Mr. Doherty, poor, for.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, for, poor.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, for, poor.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, for, poor.
Mr. Epp.
Monsieur Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Epp, poor, for.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster, for, poor.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Falk, Provencher, poor, for.
Mr. Fast.
I vote for the motion.
Fast, for, poor.
Ms. Findlay, South Surrey White Rock.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey White Rock, for, poor.
Mrs. Gallant.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, for, poor.
Ms. Gladue.
I am in favor of this motion.
Gladue, for, poor.
Monsieur Gourde.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gourde, pour, for.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Gray, for, poor.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hallan, for, poor.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, for, poor.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Generou, for, poor.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Kelly, for, poor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Kelly, for, poor.
Mr. Kitchen.
I support the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, for, poor.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kimmich, for, poor.
Mr. Kurek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kurek, for, poor.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lawrence, for, poor.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lehoux, pour, for.
Mr. Lewis, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Lewis, Essex, for, poor.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Leipert, for, poor.
Mr. Lloyd.
In favor.
Mr. Lloyd, for, poor.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lobb, for, poor.
Mr. McKenzie.
Vote for the motion.
Mr. McKenzie, for, poor.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, for, poor.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, for, poor.
Mr. McColman.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McColman, for, poor.
Mr. Moore.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, for, poor.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, for, poor.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Nater, 4 pour.
Mr. Patzer.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, 4 pour.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Paulus, pour 4.
Monsieur Reyes.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Reyes, 4 pour.
Mr. Redekop.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, 4 pour.
Mr. Reid.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Reid, 4 pour.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Rempel Garner, 4 pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview, 4 pour.
Mr. Saroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Saroya, 4 pour.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Scheer, 4 pour.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, 4 pour.
Mr. Seaback.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Seaback, 4 pour.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sloan, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Stanton.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Stanton, 4 pour 4.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Steinley, 4 pour.
Mr. Strahl.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Strahl, 4 pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sweet, 4 pour.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tucker, 4 pour.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal. Mr. Vidal.
I vote for the motion.
Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Viersen, 4 pour.
Mr. Warkentin.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Walkington, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Williamson, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Beaulieu.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour 4.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca, pour 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote pour la motion.
Boudria, pour 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour 4.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Chabot, pour 4.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Champoux, pour 4.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, pour 4.
Madame Desbiens.
C'est rendu à moi dans une minute.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Desbiens, pour 4.
Monsieur Désilets.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Désilets, pour 4.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, pour 4.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gill, pour 4.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, pour 4.
Monsieur Lemire.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, pour 4.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Michaud, pour 4.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin, pour 4.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Perron, pour 4.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour 4.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour 4.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Simard, parfait, merci.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Simard, pour 4.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour 4.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Thériault, pour 4.
Monsieur Trudel.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Trudel, pour 4.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Vignola, pour 4.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Angus.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Angus, 4, pour.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Ashton, 4, pour.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blakey, 4, pour.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, 4, pour.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Boulris, pour 4.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cannings, 4, pour.
Ms. Collins.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Collins, 4, pour.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Davies, pour 4.
Mr. Duval.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duval, 4, pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Garrison, 4, pour.
Ms. Gazan.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gazan, pour 4.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris, 4, pour.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Hughes, pour 4.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, 4, pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, pour 4.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, 4, pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
McGregor, 4, pour.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. McPherson, 4, pour.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Atwin, 4, pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Manley, 4, pour.
Ms. May Sanish, Gulf Islands.
I vote yes.
Ms. May, Sanish Gulf Islands, pour 4.
Independent members.
Mr. Tabara.
I vote against.
Tabara, against, contre.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, pour 4.
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Seeing none, we'll proceed. Oh, we have a hand just came up. Mr. McGuire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't able to connect due to difficulties here, and I would vote for the motion.
Okay.
I did hear the question on CPAC.
Mr. McGuire, 4, pour. Yeas pour 176, 176. Nays contre 152, 152.
I declare the motion carried. I believe the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, sur un appel au règlement. Monsieur le Président.
On a point of order, there have been consultations between the parties, and I think you will find that there is unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practices of the House, Bill C-9, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, and Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy shall be disposed of as follows. A. The second reading stage of the said bill shall be taken up as the first order of the day on Wednesday, November 4th, 2020, provided that at the expiry of time provided for government orders, or when no member rises to speak, whichever comes first, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith and successively every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill, without further debate or amendment, provided that any recorded division shall stand deferred according to the provisions of the order adopted on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020.
Si le dit projet de loi est...
B. If the said bill has been read a second time, it shall stand referred to a committee of the whole, and paragraphs C and D of this order shall apply.
Thursday, November 5th, 2020, at the conclusion of the time provided for private members' business, the House shall resolve into a committee of the whole on the said bill and on the economy generally for a period not to exceed 4 hours, provided that 1. The Speaker may preside. 2. The Chair may preside from the Speaker's chair. 3. The committee be subjected to the provisions relating to hybrid sittings of the House. 4. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance be invited to appear, and the Minister shall be questioned for 4 hours, provided that A. The Chair shall call members from all recognized parties and one member who does not belong to a recognized party in a fashion consistent with the proportions observed during oral questions. B. No member shall be recognized for more than 5 minutes at a time, which may be used for posing questions. C. Members may be permitted to split their time with one or more members by so indicating to the chair. D. The rotation used for questions be the one used by the former Special Committee on the COVID-19 pandemic. And E. Questions shall be answered by ministers. And 5. At the conclusion of the time provided for a committee of the whole, the committee shall rise, the said bill shall be deemed reported to the House without amendment, and the House shall adjourn until the next sitting day, and the report stage of the said bill shall be taken up as the first order of the day on Friday, November 6, 2020, provided that 1. The deadline for notice of report stage motions shall be 10 p.m. on Thursday, November 5th, 2020, provided that copies of the notices shall also be provided to the House leaders of the recognized parties, and, if required, the order paper and notice paper be republished for the sitting of Friday, November 6, 2020. 2. The time provided for government orders shall be extended, if necessary, to allow for one representative of each recognized party to speak. 3. At the expiry of the time provided for government orders, when no member rises to speak at the report stage, or if the Speaker does not select any amendments for considerations at the said stage, whichever comes first, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith and successively every question necessary to dispose of the said stage of the said bill without further debate or amendment, provided that A. Any recorded division on any amendment considered at the said stage shall not be deferred, and B. The motion for concurrence at report stage be deemed adopted on division, and 4. The said bill may be debated at the third reading stage at the same sitting, provided that at the expiry of the time provided for government orders, or when no member rises to speak at the said stage, whichever comes first, the said bill shall be deemed read a third time and passed on division.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will ask only those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Par conséquent, que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce...
All those opposed to the motion shall please say nay.
D'accord? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried. And we have another point of order? No? Okay, very good. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, en vertu du règlement 32,
under Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the agreements entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of Panama at Ottawa on the 6th of February 2020. Secondly, exchange of letters between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of Chile, constituting an agreement to amend the Free Trade Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of Chile. At Santiago on December 5th, 2016, in its amended version. At Ottawa on August 26th, 2019, and in Santiago, May 8th, 2020.
exchanges of notes constituting an agreement to renew the framework agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America for cooperation in the exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes, done at Washington on September 9th, 2009, done at Ottawa on May the 11th, 2020, and on June 4th, 2020. Fourth, exchange of notes between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America, constituting an agreement amending Chapter 4 of Annex 4 of the Treaty between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America concerning Pacific salmon, done at Ottawa on January 28, 1985, as amended, done at Ottawa on June 24, 2019, and on October 1st, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Il me semble qu'il y a un appel au règlement.
I believe there is a point of order. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Or is he preparing for petitions? No, Mr. Speaker, it's a point of order. I simply wanted to say that I believe that we did not see the video of the Minister of Agriculture during her vote. I was concerned by the fact that we couldn't see Madame Bibeau, if I can permit myself to say her name. I don't want to compromise her vote, but I don't think we saw the video. While you were speaking, I consulted the table. They did see her video. Sometimes there's a bit of a lag, but the video was indeed there. Thank you.
Au nom du gouvernement. Ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi des députés, émanant des députés. The first reading of the Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present a petition today which calls upon the Government of Canada to require that warning labels on hazardous products include a braille or tactile symbol to aid with those who are visually impaired. This was brought forward by a resident in my riding in honor of a young constituent, Joanna, who was born visually impaired, and the signatories to this petition hope to see the government take this action as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition that was, the petition number is 106197112. The petitioners tabled this petition with the House of Commons some time ago. It was signed off at the point that the Government of Canada had not yet purchased the Trans Mountain Pipeline. However, since most of the funds are yet to be dispensed, it's timely to convey the petitioners' desires that all funds towards the Trans Mountain Pipeline be cancelled, that no public monies be used to complete the pipeline, and that the Government of Canada divert funds to renewable energies instead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise to present this petition, which calls on the House of Commons to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, and sanction those who are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition today from Canadians for Peace in Cameroon. They are an informal network of people from across Canada raising awareness about the humanitarian catastrophe in Cameroon, in particular in 2 minority English-speaking regions since late 2016. More than 3,000 people have died, more than 200 villages burned, and over 650,000 have been displaced. For almost 4 years, 800,000 children have not been to school. These petitions are calling on this Liberal government to publicly condemn the violence and human rights abuses perpetrated by all sides in the Anglophone regions of Cameroon. Further, they want to see Canada's government put direct and sustained diplomatic pressure on the government of Cameroon to engage in meaningful negotiations for peace, mediated by an independent third party, such as the proposed Swiss talks. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting 4 petitions in the House today. The first petition draws the attention of the House to the Order in Council on Firearms that was put forward on May the 1st of this year. Petitioners highlight the fact that this Order in Council will do nothing to address the real problems of gun crime in this country, because virtually all gun crime in Canada involves illegal or smuggled guns. So petitioners call on the government to reverse that Order in Council and to instead put in place effective measures that combat the flow of smuggled guns into Canada. The second petition deals with Bill C-7, currently being considered at the Justice Committee. Petitioners highlight, as witnesses have also highlighted, the significant problems with the elimination of the mandatory 10-day reflection period and the elimination of other safeguards. Petitioners want the government to leave in place the 10-day reflection period so we don't have the possibility of same-day death taking place in Canada. The third petition is in support of Bill S-204, currently before the Senate. Bill S-204 addresses the horrific practice of forced organ harvesting and trafficking and seeks to make it a criminal offense for someone to go abroad and receive an organ when there has not been consent of the person giving the organ. The fourth and final petition highlights the situation of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. This petition asks the House, asks the government, to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been subject and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, and sanction those that are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. I remind the folks who are joining us via video conference that in order to be recognized, they have to raise the hand or use the raised hand function. There we go. Mr. Manley, the honourable member for, Nanaimo Ladysmith. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to present petition E2615. This is a petition that was initiated by constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith that are concerned about the investments of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, and in particular, investments in fossil fuels. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to direct the CPPIB to divest of all fossil fuel investments and to no longer entertain any fossil fuel investment opportunity, hire a qualified independent consultant to examine the total Canada Pension Plan Fund portfolio of investments for the purpose of completing a value at risk analysis in 2020 and every 4 years thereafter, which will also be publicly reported, refrain from making private equity investments and to progressively divest the fund from these investments and to discontinue the use of borrowed money. I'd like to thank Brian Fisher and Eric Anderson for their work on this petition.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to table this petition on behalf of people of my riding around the opioid crisis. Mr. Speaker, they cite that the preventable opioid overdose resulting from fentanyl poison drug sources requires action, that more people have died in this opioid crisis than all public health emergencies in the last 20 years. And they cite that the current war on drugs has been costly, grossly ineffective, and resulted in widespread stigma towards addiction and those who use illicit drugs. And criminalization of particular substances has resulted in the establishment of a drug trade that now traffics dangerous and lethal products such as fentanyl. By regulating to ensure safe sources with proper measures and bylaws, this will reduce the criminal element associated with street drugs. They're calling on the government to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I present a petition on behalf of Canadian citizens who have signed this petition. They're drawing the attention of the House to an ongoing campaign against Uyghurs within China who are being suppressed, who are being arbitrarily detained, who are being separated from children and other family members. Invasive surveillance is being used, destruction of cultural sites has happened, forced labor, and even forced organ harvesting. Mr. Speaker, there is a concerted effort in order to take out this people group. In fact, the Chinese government their treatment of the Uyghurs meets most, if not all, of the criteria for genocide as outlined in the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, and therefore Canada should not stand idle. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, consideration at second reading of Bill C9, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, and Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 34 minutes. Pursuant to order made earlier today, Ms. Freeland, seconded by Madame Fortier, moves that Bill C9, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, and Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Debate. The Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to split my time with the member for Ottawa-Vanier.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Avec aucune voix dissidente.
With no opposition, I declare the motion carried.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to ask for unanimous consent to split my time with the member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Been agreed to. We just passed that. You have unanimous consent. Please proceed with your debate. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Okay, so Mr. Speaker, I don't think I need to remind anyone in this place that we are battling an aggressive second wave of the coronavirus across Canada and around the world. In order for us to create the conditions for a robust and lasting economic recovery, we must take the right steps now to keep Canadians healthy and safe. And we have to do that to flatten the curve, to conquer the coronavirus and to put it behind us. And while we're doing that, Mr. Speaker, we must mitigate the economic harm of this pandemic in the short term, but also in the long term. And that's why I'm very happy to speak today in support of Bill C9, a series of measures that, taken together, will provide Canadians and Canadian businesses with urgently needed support. Madame le Président.
Madam Speaker. Oh, I think I need to change the channel. Madam Speaker, we know that the best economic policy is a smart health policy. Normal life, including in our factories, our shopping malls, our movie theaters, and our restaurants, will only truly resume once the virus has been beaten.
We know that the best economic policy is a smart health policy. Normal life, including in our gyms, shopping malls, movie theaters, and restaurants, will only resume in full measure once the virus is truly beaten. La réalité?
The reality is that we must fight against all outbreaks of COVID-19, no matter where they may occur. The way that we fight the virus is by limiting our social contacts. This also means restricting our economic activities. And in return, we must support Canadians and businesses when they have to face lost revenues. That's the only thing to do that is both fair and practical.
Madam Speaker, this is precisely what Bill C9 will achieve. First, it includes a new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy to provide direct rent support until June 2021 for businesses and other organizations that are losing revenue because of COVID-19. It allows for coverage of up to 65% of rent or mortgage payments for businesses that suffer a revenue drop of 70% or more. Support at this will be fixed at this level until December 19th, 2020. For businesses suffering a revenue loss of less than 70%, there will still be support in proportion to how much revenue they have lost. Like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the new rent subsidy will be delivered through the Canada Revenue Agency, providing easy-to-access support directly to businesses. And critically, it will be directly available to organizations that rent their premises, as opposed to requiring participation from their landlords. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the new rent subsidy, eligible businesses, nonprofits, and charities will have access to an additional 25% subsidy through our new lockdown support. If businesses have to close their doors because of an emergency COVID-19 lockdown restriction, or significantly restrict their operations, as mandated by a qualifying public health authority, these businesses will have the additional support they need and deserve. Madam Speaker, as business circumstances improve, the levels of support we provide will decrease. If, sadly, circumstances worsen, the level of support provided will increase. That is built into these programs, which are designed to be flexible and to provide targeted support where it is needed most. In addition, Madam Speaker, Bill C9 will extend the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy through to June 2021. This fulfills a commitment in the speech from the throne, Madam Speaker. As you know, the wage subsidy was initially put in place for 12 weeks as an emergency measure to help employers keep workers on the payroll. Depuis le printemps dernier.
Since last spring, we have conducted broad consultations with companies and their employees. We were told loud and strong the extent to which this program is essential. C9 will extend this essential support. It will freeze the rate to 65% until December 19th in order to ensure that organizations can continue to pay their employees during the second wave. Together, thanks to the measures set out in this bill, C9, Canadian businesses and organizations will get the aid that they need when they need it. Let's be clear, these measures are not only based on our desire to help people, but also based on economic realities. Our economic goal is to prevent long-term economic harm, be it for a big manufacturer or a small family restaurant. Every business that we lose will create a hole in a community and lead to repercussions that will be felt across the entire country. We must ensure that this stops.
The public health objective is to support local public health officials in the agonizing decisions that they must make and are making in our fight against the coronavirus. If public health officials anywhere in Canada believe that limited local lockdowns are the best way to stop the spread of the virus, our government will step in with additional economic support for affected businesses. That is what these programs, particularly the lockdown support, will provide. As the Prime Minister has said, we can and will do everything in our power to help Canadians through this pandemic. In doing so, we will build the foundation for a strong, equitable recovery. Madam Speaker, I would like to close by briefly addressing some economic fundamentals. When COVID-19 hit, Canada had the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Today, following our country's most ambitious emergency response since World War II, we are still expected to have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Our borrowing costs are at historic lows. Today's interest charges on Canada's debt as a share of GDP are the lowest in a century. Madame le Président.
Madam Speaker, our government is aware that the fiscal measures required to fight the virus will not be unlimited. These are temporary but essential measures, and these investments will create a bridge to a safer and more prosperous future. The measures that are set out in Bill C9, the new rent subsidy, the new lockdown support measure, and the extension of the wage subsidy are, in fact, essential pillars of this bridge.
I ask all members of this House to join me in supporting Canadians and Canadian businesses as we confront this pandemic, as we conquer the virus, and then ultimately as our economy comes roaring back. At a time, Madam Speaker, when we see this global pandemic dividing so many societies around the world and thereby paralyzing their response, I hope and trust Canadians will remain united. We unanimously supported the income support measures. I hope we can do the same thing with these business support measures. We can get through this together. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to talk about the rent assistance program. And clearly, the program that the government had previously introduced was incredibly flawed. And I think everyone in this House knew it as they were talking to their different owners that were struggling, their business owners that were struggling. So my question is this government prorogued for 6 weeks to escape a wee scandal? We have now been sitting in this House for 7 weeks almost and debating all sorts of legislation. If the government said that this was the COVID and supporting businesses was a priority, why was this not introduced right after the speech from the throne? How many businesses in this country have had to shut down because of a program that was deeply flawed to start with and the government's unwillingness to move quickly in order to fix it?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. Well, let me start by emphasizing, and I think this is really important for Canadian businesses to know and hear, that these programs will be retroactive to September 27th. So businesses can get rent support for the month of October. And of course, the previous CECRA program did cover the month of September. So businesses are having support all the way through. Now, Madam Speaker, what I would really like to emphasize is taken together, the income supports that this House has unanimously voted in favor of, the business support measures, which I am speaking to today, and I hope we will be able to unanimously support, they will create an interlocking set of support measures that will be in place until next summer. These measures are targeted and flexible, and together they will get us through, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is simple. We're in favor of this bill. It contains a number of things, proposals that the Bloc Québécois had put forward in the past, and that shows that when we cooperate, we can do great things. But there are some big oversights. For example, airlines and airports. The Quebec City Airport is right near my riding. Interregional transportation and aeronautics. Will there be any measures for those major industries which have been very, very, very hard hit? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. Our government's approach is to begin with general programs, with programs that are targeted to all industries all across the country which have suffered losses. And I think that is the right way to start. So we took steps to support people, individual Canadians, right up until the fall of 2021. Today, we're talking about measures to support all businesses based solely on losses up until the summer of 2021. Now, I agree that after this legislation is passed, we can look to other things we might do. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'm a bit concerned when she says that these measures will not last forever. Is she setting the stage for cutbacks and a return to austerity? Is that the Liberal plan? Quick answer, the Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think our government has been quite clear. We understand that today is not the time for austerity. At the same time, the measures we're talking about today are targeted measures. They're designed to help the economy while we combat the coronavirus. And I'm sure that battle will not go on forever, and so it's only logical that these measures will not be necessary forever. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister for Prosperity and the Middle Class, and Associate Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that introduction. It's a privilege to be here today to support the timely passage of Bill C9 through Parliament. Madam Speaker, I want to speak today about some of the elements we're proposing in this legislation that will help Canadians, as well as businesses and workers, by providing essential support to overcome the unprecedented economic crisis caused by the global COVID-19 pandemic. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the needs of businesses and workers have been at the very heart of our response and our progressive plan for a strong and sustainable recovery. However, Madam Speaker, to get it right, we have to face the truth. The truth is, to slow and stop the spread of this virus, we have to follow public health guidelines that require us to limit our social contacts and practice social distancing. This is the only way to go. This means asking people who are sick or who have sick kids to stay home and don't go to work. It means asking restaurants to serve fewer customers or to completely close their dining rooms. It means limiting cross-border travel, even within Canada. And it means making sure Canadians have the support they need to comply with those restrictions. It would be unrealistic and even unfair to ask workers to stay home or businesses to close their doors without providing them the financial support they need to make up for lost income or earnings. The government has clearly indicated its commitment to help all businesses and workers affected by the pandemic. Madam Speaker, as part of our ongoing response to COVID-19 and as we look to recovery, we're presenting solutions that will improve the quality of life of Canadians today and in the months and years ahead. We want to ensure that Canadians don't have to choose between paying the bills or feeding themselves. And that's exactly what we're doing, helping employers stay open and helping them to continue to pay their employees, and helping workers and all Canadians through our emergency response measures. We're here to help Canadians weather this pandemic.
Madam Speaker, in our continued response to COVID-19 and as we look to recovery, we are bringing forward solutions that improve the quality of life of Canadians today and in the months and years to come. We want to make sure Canadians don't have to make impossible choices between paying their bills and putting food on the table. By supporting employers to keep their lights on and their employees on the payroll, by supporting workers and by supporting all Canadians through our emergency response measures, that is exactly what we are doing. We are here to bridge Canadians to the other side of this pandemic. And that is precisely what Bill C9 would do. The measures contained in Bill C9 are the result of ongoing consultation with affected businesses. They include a new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy. This program would provide access to rent support until June 2021 for businesses and other organizations that have lost revenue in this crisis. It would do so by covering up to 65% of rent or mortgage interest payments for the hardest hit businesses with a revenue fall of 70% or more until December 19, 2020. For businesses that have experienced a decline in revenue of less than 70%, there would be a gradually decreasing subsidy in line with the decline in revenues. In short, all eligible business suffering revenue drop would get rent support that is commensurate with how hard they have been hit. In this regard, the new rent subsidy proposed in Bill C9 mirrors the successful Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. It would deliver more targeted and accessible rent support to those who need it most. And like the wage subsidy, the proposed rent subsidy will be delivered through the CRA to make the application process easier for businesses. It will be available to businesses and other organizations that rent or own their premises. And these measures will be directly available to tenants without the need for intermediation by their landlords. The new rent subsidy represents an important new support to help businesses who are facing significant challenges as a result of COVID-19. Bill C9 would provide an additional 25% through the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy for qualifying organizations significantly affected by a mandatory public health order issued by a qualifying public health authority, as promised in the speech from the throne. We are calling this the lockdown support. We know that across the country, as we fight the second wave of COVID-19, public health officials have needed to impose new restrictions. That is their right to do, but has cost businesses and other employees. By helping to offset up to 90% of rent and mortgage costs for hard-hit employers, the targeted support provided through the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy and the additional lockdown support would help businesses get through a new lockdown and help us all to do the right thing. But the fact is that rental costs are just one category of costs that businesses and employers are dealing with in the wake of COVID. La nécessité de couvrir.
The need to cover employee wages at a time of low consumer demand is another important aspect of the overall picture. That's why we introduced the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. By supporting businesses, charities, and nonprofit organizations in covering their labor costs during the pandemic, the wage subsidy protects jobs by allowing these organizations to continue to pay their employees and allowing employers to rehire workers so they can continue to serve their communities and position themselves for a strong recovery. The program was in place for an initial 12-week period from March 15th to June 6th, 2020, with a 75% wage subsidy paid to eligible employers. In order to strengthen the wage subsidy program, we consulted with businesses and employers. They indicated that the subsidy was invaluable in retaining their employees and helping them to rehire their workers. They shared ideas on how the wage subsidy could be adjusted to support firms and employees as they continue to adapt to the challenges of COVID-19. We listened, Madam Speaker, and we took action afterwards. We've made changes to the program so that all eligible employers whose revenues have been affected by the pandemic now have access to the program. We introduced a top-up subsidy for employers who've been hardest hit. In recognition of the critical support provided by the wage subsidy, we committed to extending it until June 2021, as indicated in the throne speech. More than 3.8 million Canadian workers have already benefited from the wage subsidy. Madam Speaker, Bill 9 would extend this crucial assistance in addition to implementing other changes to the program to ensure it continues to assist employers and responds to changing health and economic conditions. We are still listening to businesses and workers on ways to strengthen this program. As part of this legislation, we've taken steps to make the top-up subsidy more responsive to unexpected changes in earnings. Instead of using the current 3-month earnings decline test to calculate the top-up, the basic and top-up subsidies would be determined based on the year-over-year change in an eligible employer's monthly earnings for the current or previous calendar month.
What's more, to ensure that these changes do not lead to a less generous wage subsidy. The wage subsidy program would include a safe harbor rule applicable till December 19, 2020. This rule would entitle an eligible employer to a top-up subsidy rate that is no less than it would have received under the 3-month revenue decline test. Taken together, Madam Speaker, the measures included in Bill C9 would mean that employers impacted by the pandemic.
Unfortunately, je suis désolée, mais le temps est fini.
I'm sorry, your time is up, but I'd also like to remind the minister that she has to ensure that the interpretation can be done properly. So I would encourage everyone that people wear their headsets properly with the boom mic lowered. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened closely to the minister's speech, and she said a number of times that the Liberals were listening. But the problem is it took them 6 months to do anything. A lot of businesses had to slow their activities down voluntarily in order to survive. In May, the Conservative Party proposed the changes that are only being tabled now 6 weeks after Parliament came back, after the Liberal government prorogued it. So it's not the kind of listening that you expect from a government that's supposed to be managing a crisis. And we just heard all Liberals vote against a motion that would have enabled Canadian businesses to have a little bit of breathing room instead of having to deal with CRA audits while they're trying to struggle through a pandemic. So my question for the minister is, all those Liberals who say they're working hard for the middle class and its prosperity, they all voted against this motion that could only have helped businesses get through the crisis. What gives? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Since the start of this crisis, the government has implemented a number of programs to help businesses and workers and individual Canadians to get through the first wave and now the second wave. And that is why we came up with Bill C9 to promote a new program for fixed costs, overhead like rent. So we listened to many businesses across the country and the chambers of commerce. We listened to their advice on how to provide support to organizations, be they businesses or not-for-profits or charities. And that's what this bill that we're putting forward today is all about. We believe we've found an approach to support business. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avignon-Métis-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. This is a good bill, but it doesn't solve all problems. There are some specific industries like aviation, airlines, and airports that need targeted support. They're losing tons of revenue, and there are costs associated in maintaining runways and providing emergency services. So there are huge losses in Gaspé. There's $800 million in losses. And that's not helping. None of these measures are actually helping those industries survive. What's going to be done for them? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for the question. And Madam Speaker, I would say since the outset, as I said before, we have come up with a number of programs that support businesses, that support various industries. And we wanted to have programs that could be available all across the country. One of the programs we came up with was the Regional Recovery Fund, and we know that it's making a difference all across the country. The regional economic development agencies are delivering that support, and a lot of money has gone out the door. We will continue to monitor the evolution of the situation with various sectors and with the economy as a whole. And we will continue to support businesses and workers to make sure we can get through this crisis.
Madam Speaker, we just heard the minister say that she's been listening to small business, but for 6 months we've been letting the minister know, and so have small businesses, that they can't access their commercial rent assistance program. By tabling this legislation today, which New Democrats will not hold up, we support the changes. They've admitted that they had a design flaw in the commercial rent assistance program. The finance minister just said that they can and will do anything to help support small business, and they will do everything with an equitable recovery. But Madam Speaker, there is no equity here in terms of this fairness on terms of this rollout of this legislation. They need to backdate the program to April 1st.
Sorry, I did ask the member for a brief question. I'm sorry. We have to allow for the answer. So the honourable member, the honourable minister, a brief answer, please, because we're going to be running short on time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the Minister of Finance had mentioned, we will retroactively bring this program, this new program, to September 27th. As we know, the other program, the CECRA program, did support till September, and we knew we needed to have an approach where tenants had direct access, and that is why we are proposing today an approach that will support businesses and their fixed costs.
Thank you. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire connaître à la Chambre.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Seniors. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Health. And the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, Foreign Affairs. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you. Thank you for that round of applause. Madam Speaker, what is the solution for the mess we're in? Well, the answer is that there are 20 million solutions. They're called workers. That is the size of Canada's workforce. We have 20 million men and women who get out of bed every day and go into work and produce the wealth of the nation. That wealth puts food on their tables, finances the roads upon which they and others drive, pays for our schools, hospitals, and everything else we do that makes this country as splendid and as wonderful as it is. Unfortunately, those workers have been deprived of work. Many of them sent home because of health ordinances by local officials during the COVID period. As many as 8 million had to take assistance from the government in order to replace their lost jobs, or, in the case of furlough, their lost incomes. And because governments deprived them of their income, those workers had every right to expect governments would replace that income. That, however, is not an excuse for the deliberate policy decisions of this government, which have penalized workers who attempted to get back into their jobs as the shutdown began to be lifted. For example, the Early CERB program was pulled out of the hands of any worker who regained more than $1,000 of their monthly income. Rather than being graduated slowly to ensure that each dollar earned was beneficial to the worker, the government penalized people for the crime of trying to rebuild their lives. And then you have the wage subsidy, for which small businesses were punished if they committed the crime of recuperating more than 30% of their lost revenues. You had to be down that 30% in order to qualify, and if you earned $1 more, you got nothing at all, forcing many businesses in order to suppress their revenues legally and necessarily in order to continue receiving the support necessary to keep them alive. The same went for the rent program, for which you had to be down 70% in revenue to qualify. Another penalty imposed on businesses attempting to recover. Back on May 2nd, I wrote an op-ed in the Ottawa Sun in which I proposed practical solutions that would allow the worker or the business to graduate slowly and one step at a time off of these assistance programs in a way that ensured that they were always better off earning that extra dollar, taking that extra shift, serving that extra customer. Finally, Today, we are debating legislation from the government which does those things. Finally, there is legislation that rewards rather than punishes workers for working and businesses for earning. That is what we have asked for all along. This was a painful lesson with great cost that is one of the reasons why Canada has the highest unemployment of all G7 countries save Italy. Italy, of course, being the most socialist country in the G7 and the country after whom this government tries its best to take its examples. It's funny, the most socialist country has the highest unemployment, and our government is doing its best to compete for that prize of highest jobless rate in the G7 by replicating those same disastrous policies. But we have the second highest unemployment, higher than the US, the UK, France, the UK, Germany, and Japan. So there we are, barely under Italy in the rate of unemployment as we enter now the 7th or 8th month of this pandemic crisis. The government has had to learn slowly and painfully the cost to the economy of punishing workers and businesses. But this cost is not unique to the COVID times. In fact, we in this country suffer from something I call the war on work. The war on work happens when governments punish wage earners by taking away, through clawbacks and taxes, a large share of each extra dollar a person earns. So take, for example, someone who might be on disability assistance. They get a job, they not only pay taxes on their earnings, but they start to lose their disability benefit at a combined rate that can, at times, even exceed 100%. This war on work effectively makes it unaffordable for many workers to take an extra shift. But even for people who are not on social assistance, this war on work exists. For example, just last week, the reporter Jordan Press obtained a Finance Committee study showing that a $55,000 a year earning single mother could lose as much as 70 cents of every extra dollar she earns. People in the lower income categories suffer a higher level of marginal effective tax rates. These are penalties that people pay for the crime of getting out of bed in the morning and working hard. And that's why our party is proposing that there be a full review and reform of our tax and benefit systems to ensure that people are always better off working, always better off earning another dollar, taking another shift, serving another customer. The war on work goes beyond just the transfer and tax system. It goes to the regulatory system, which has thus far outright killed 2 pipeline projects because of the Prime Minister's opposition to them. Pipeline projects that would have taken Western crude to Eastern refineries and to Asian markets, that would have created jobs for steel workers in central Canada, trades workers across the country, refinery workers in the East Coast, and of course, energy workers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia. Those jobs now lost because the government prevented the construction of those very same projects. It's not just pipelines, though. The Prime Minister successfully killed a massive $20 billion mining project in northern Alberta, the Teck Frontier Mine, which was supported by all of these surrounding Indigenous communities, communities who are often the greatest victims of the federal government's war on work, people who want to go out and work hard, build their dreams, earn a great living and live a great life, but who are prevented because government penalizes and blocks projects that create opportunities. Think of those opportunities, how we could unleash them. I remember being with the member for Kamloops just about 5 weeks ago and meeting with local pipeline workers, part of the Trans Mountain Pipeline project, and how proud they were, the local Indigenous communities putting forward remarkable, great Canadian workers who brought their skills to the front lines, earning great wages, and rightly so. That is just one example of what we could multiply in this country if the government got out of the way and allowed for more of these projects to go forward. But it's not just energy. It is not just resources. It is the construction of anything in this country. You know, it takes 3 times as long for a warehouse to get governmental approval in Canada as it does in the United States of America. So if a group of investors are in the business of building warehouses to produce any particular product, they calculate that the wait time to get approval here is 3 times as long and far more uncertain, then their money leaves our country to go and build somewhere else. And that is exactly the phenomenon that we have witnessed in Canada over the last 5 years. Billions, hundreds of billions of dollars have left the country. Canadian investment in the U.S. doubled, while American investment in Canada fell by half. That's because money goes where it can build and earn a return. And if governments prevent that construction and that return from occurring, that money will go somewhere else. What that means is the jobs and the wealth production happen outside of our country. And what do we do to make up the difference? Well, we have to import goods from abroad and borrow from foreigners to pay the difference. Thus, we witness our economy becoming more and more indebted, not just government, which it itself is now on a massive borrowing binge, but also businesses and households, the combined total of which, if you take households, corporations, and governments, we now have 380% debt to GDP ratio, which is the highest anywhere in the G7 with the one exception of Japan. These debts have only thus far been sustainable because of low interest rates, but low interest rates are not a sure thing forever, and as when those rates rise, our people will be shouldering an unmitigated disaster. The only thing that we can do to avert that disaster is to unleash the power of the free enterprise system to create jobs so that our 20 million workers, whom I identified at the outset of my remarks as the solution to this problem, can earn the salaries necessary to pay their bills and to contribute to the governmental coffers so that we can continue to afford the programs and services upon which our people rely. Today's bill is past due. It finally removes the penalties on workers that I warned about back in early May, and hopefully it will allow us to reverse the damage that the government did throughout the summer. Hopefully it will allow our businesses to get back on their feet, to hire the necessary workers, to rebuild our workforce, to unleash the mighty power of our 20 million great Canadian workers. Madam Chair, let's get to work.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think what the member forgets to mention when he talks about unemployment is that prior to the pandemic and those that resulted in becoming having to leave their jobs, 75% of that pre-pandemic has actually been returned to the workforce, compared to the U.S., which is just over 50%. And I think that's a very important aspect that the members' comments or chose not to comment on, that the programs that have been provided to date by this government have demonstrated being very effective. All one needs to do is take a look at those individuals that are back in the workforce that had to leave the workforce because of the pandemic.
Okay. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
But we still have higher unemployment in Canada than in the United States of America. Higher than in the US, the UK, France, Germany, and Japan. And frankly, only Italy, whose economy has been paralyzed by its debt-ridden socialist policies for more than a decade now, is slightly higher than us in unemployment. And as I said at the outset, this government is trying to replicate the Italian approach of permanently larger government funded by deficits. That is exactly how the Italian economy got into such permanent hardship even well before the crisis. So the member can celebrate that we no longer have the highest unemployment in the G7 because the Italians are slightly ahead of us due to their socialist policies. But for God's sakes, are they really going to start pumping their fists in the air and saying, we're number 6, we're number 6, we're number 6?
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I think your microphone isn't positioned right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I greatly appreciated my colleague's speech. Where we agree is on this government's remarkable capacity to take delayed decisions. I'd like to ask my colleague, how many businesses does he think have had to close their doors permanently because of the delayed decisions of this government, without considering the proposals that had already been made by other parties? The honourable member for Carleton. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. It's clear that some businesses have not been able to survive because of the unjustified delays of this government, which could have accepted our suggestions in May. If you have a small restaurant which is closed for several months, or which has had to restrict its revenue during that time, and that the rent program is not there, and additionally with the penalties in the wage subsidy, well, it's just not possible to survive for 5 months. We're talking here about businesses, savings that families have accumulated over a lifetime that have vanished, and businesses have vanished as well. Madam Speaker, this is an economic tragedy caused by this government's delays.
Member Courtney Alberni.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for talking about the flawed design of the commercial rent assistance program and how unfair it was for those that, that couldn't apply for the program because their landlords wouldn't support them through the crisis. Now we have the government right now patting themselves on the back saying they'll backdate it to September 27th. My question to my colleague is, does he support New Democrats in calling on the government to bring that back and backdate it to April 1st, the support for those businesses that couldn't apply because their landlord wouldn't support them, that are steeped in debt, many of them facing bankruptcy? And I'm sure he's used to the Liberals not answering a yes or no question. I'm just asking him simple. Do the Conservatives support New Democrats in asking the government to backdate it to April 1st, yes or no?
The honourable member for Carleton.
We do support backdating the rental assistance to September, and that's why we will be allowing this to pass. That said, this entire mess related to the rent subsidy program is highly suspicious, right? They said that CRA could not administer the rent assistance program. Therefore, it had to go over to CMHC, which does not do commercial real estate and is responsible for mortgage insurance. So CMHC said, we can't do it either. We have to contract this out to a company whose vice president is married to the Prime Minister's chief of staff. Well, now they admit that they could have just given this to CRA all along, that there was nothing stopping them from having CRA do it, and that the only reason we can assume that they ever punted this over to this outside company is because their Liberal friends and family members were intimately involved in its original delivery. And it is quite a sad thing that so many businesses suffered for so long because the government put as its priority the help of insider Liberals rather than small businesses and workers.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague from Carleton, the Minister of Finance seemed to take comfort in the fact that interest rates were so low in her comments earlier, and my colleague commented on interest rates as well. Could he further expand on the catastrophic effect a rise in interest rates will have at some point in the future on the fiscal position of the Government of Canada.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, yes, I thank you for a very good question, but it's really quite simple. When your debt to GDP ratio is somewhere around 400%, right? We have $4 of debt, public-private combined, for every dollar of GDP. You can assume that a 1% increase in the effective interest rate on our economy would be equal to 4% of our economy. And given that the economy only grows by 1.5% a year, that's like 2.5 years of growth. So it's an enormous impact. And the government says, well, that's okay because interest rates are low, but they never tell us what's going to happen when interest rates finally go up. They also never tell us that the only reason interest rates are low is because the Bank of Canada is printing hundreds of billions of dollars in order to buy up government debt and suppress interest rates. It is not because the market has deemed that rates should be low. It is because the Bank of Canada has cranked up its printing presses. This is not a new idea. This has been tried by emperors and kings and governments for thousands of years and results always in the same consequence. We know what happens when you debase a currency. It ends up costing the working people by reducing the value of their wages while enriching the insiders whose assets are appreciated in value, a massive wealth transfer from working poor to the super rich. And here we have a government in collaboration with the Bank of Canada doing it all over again.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to go back in terms of the unemployment issue, because the member also then forgot to mention, he's comparing, okay, maybe I was right, in which I was when I made the statement that we have a much higher return rate than the United States, 75% versus 50%. Then he went back and said, well, but we have such a high unemployment rate. Prior to the pandemic, we had the lowest unemployment rate in terms of historically in Canada since unemployment stats were being taken. And I think if you compare it to Stephen Harper, it's considerably less, where we generated over 1 million jobs in less than 4 years. I'm wondering if he would want to provide a further comment in terms of just how successful we were in working with Canadians, generating those jobs, and then not only with the support of Canadians going into the pandemic, we're able to return more Canadians back to work because of the programming that was put into place.
The honourable member for Carleton, less than a minute to answer.
Across the OECD, in the pre-pandemic period are entirely the result of a large share of the workforce retiring, and therefore the unemployment rate dropping everywhere. So across the OECD, almost every country in the world has had record low unemployment up until the COVID crisis. But before the COVID crisis, Canada's unemployment was still higher than the U.S., the U.K., Japan, and Germany. It was higher than those countries and only lower than socialist France and Italy, and it has worsened, moving behind Italy since that time. So now we only have Italy with higher unemployment in the G7 than Canada. And so, the member finally says, well, we have recovered a larger share of our lost jobs than the Americans. But that's because we had a higher unemployment rate than the Americans going into the crisis. So if you have a weak job market, a weak economy going into a crisis, obviously you're going to be weaker throughout that crisis. And we're seeing that happen now.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like the consent of this House to share my time with my honourable colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Since this is an hybrid sitting of the House, for clarity, I would ask only those who are opposed to the request to express their opposition.
Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No, alors le consent.
Unanimous consent has been granted. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C9 extends the wage subsidy until next summer. It also puts in place a real support when it comes to commercial rent, two measures that the Bloc Québécois had been asking for some time to get. So I say great and finally. That's why the Bloc supports this bill and hopes that it will be quickly passed. in relation to the motion presented earlier today. In economics, the basic principle of business is predictability. This spring and during the summer, it often asked Mr. Morneau to make an effort to announce his intentions for a longer period of coverage. Businesses have difficult choices to make, and they cannot make the best decisions when they don't know how long measures such as CERB, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, or the wage subsidy benefit would last. Unfortunately, each measure was extended at the last minute, and only for a month. And we went month to month, and businesses complained about that. C9 resolves this when it comes to the wage subsidy, and we salute the fact that the Minister of Finance was listening. This makes a huge difference. The same is true for commercial rent subsidy. The previous program, the commercial rent subsidy, was a farce. It was poorly designed, not very generous, too restrictive, without talking about the fact that property owners could say no. And this didn't help the small businesses who owned their own spaces. It didn't work, and the money didn't go out. The government had set aside $3 billion. Only $1.3 billion was dispersed, not even half the amount. This was a terrible failure, and yet it was predictable. The program was built in such a way that it would not be used to meet the needs, which in fact are real needs. The new rent subsidy is better designed. It's not necessary to have the permission of the owner of the commercial space being rented. Support is more accessible, more flexible, better adapted to different situations that small businesses are facing. 6 months after having promised it, the government has finally come out with a support program for fixed costs that the Bloc Québécois had been asking for. I'd like just to talk about the chronological history of this. April 11th, after the Bloc Québécois had threatened to stop cooperating with the government committed to putting in place a program to cover the fixed costs of small businesses that had been hit by the pandemic. 2 weeks later, on April 29th, the government announced the commercial rent emergency assistance, which was put in place at the end of May. As I said, this was a complete farce and didn't cover the fixed costs of small businesses. The commercial rent subsidy program ended at the end of September, just like the wage subsidy program. We had to wait until October 9th before the government finally announced that it would put in place a program to cover the fixed costs of business owners hard hit by the crisis, including rent, mortgage payments, insurance, property taxes, as well as extending the wage subsidy. Nearly a month later, on November 2nd, the government tabled this bill, Bill C9, that we are finally debating here on November 4th. It was high time, and we say great and finally. This changes nothing about the fact that small businesses needed better measures to support their fixed costs during the spring and the summer, but, of course, better late than never. Madam Speaker, right now, 9 out of 10 Quebecers live in the red zone. Throughout Quebec, small businesses urgently need help to cover their costs. We salute the generosity of C9 for the businesses in the red zone, particularly those in the red zone, in fact. Bill C9 is good news, and it is better adapted to the commercial sector, but it doesn't resolve everything. There are a number of sectors or industries that are hard hit by the crisis and that require targeted programs. In particular, there are the following sectors: air transportation, including airports, aerospace industry, passenger interregional transportation, hotels in urban centers, the cultural sector, including festivals, vacation camps, holiday camps, sugar bushes, reception halls that have lost their season and are threatened with imminent bankruptcy. We are quite impatient, of course, in the Bloc Québécois, and we keep repeating our demands once again to the government. We support C9, but we are asking for programs targeted for various sectors, and time is of the essence. For example, we must absolutely support the aerospace industry. The situation is critical, and Quebec cannot do without this industry. Helping the auto industry in Ontario to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars while they turn their backs on the aerospace industry is completely unfair for the Quebec economy. It is not possible, Madam Speaker. There is something quite problematic in C9. In my opinion, it does not fix a deep inequity. As drafted, C9 seems to maintain the eligibility of political parties to get the wage subsidy in addition to offering rent a subsidy. Does the public agree with this? Do taxpayers in Quebec and Canada, are they going to be on the hook through taxes collected to support millionaire political parties like the Liberal Party? I don't believe they should. The Liberal Party has taken more than $8 million in funding this year. That's just to date. And they got at least $800,000 with the wage subsidy program. Will they extend it till next summer? Will they ask for the rent subsidy, or will they pay it back? If yes, let me ask the question, when will they pay it back? And what about our Conservative friends? The party has collected $13 million. So I would ask them the question, did they pay back the wage subsidy like their leader committed to doing? This deserves a clear answer. And will they also agree to put an end to this serious ethical failure? It's not up to the taxpayers, in the Bloc's opinion, to pay for our funding through the wage subsidy or the rent subsidy program. That's unacceptable. Can the Liberals say as much? Can this millionaire party keep its hands out of the candy jar for once? C9 is a good bill. It deserves to be passed and quickly. Our small businesses are in difficulty and time is of the essence, as I said. The government must also take quick action to put in place targeted measures for industries like aerospace industry. Can the Liberal Party always stop getting rich on the backs of the public? Can they stop asking for the wage subsidy? We are in the middle of a second wave of COVID-19. It's time to help the public and support the economy and not to line their pockets at the same time. I would ask the Liberal Party to show better ethics and help the people instead of serving itself through its own programs. The gluttony must end. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These programs, whether it's the wage subsidy or the rent subsidy, were programs that were developed and brought forward to help all Canadians and small businesses in particular when we talk about this specific legislation that we have before us, Madam Speaker, and it's as simple as that. And what we are debating today, I believe, clearly demonstrates that the government has recognized that even though it's a new program that's been developed in the last 8 months, that there is a need to make modifications. And some of those modifications will be retroactive in order, once again, to protect businesses. Does the member not agree that it is a good thing that virtually from the creation of the program only 8 months ago, that we have been able to successfully make modifications that will continue to support small businesses and the people of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I completely agree. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we've told the government that the wage subsidy would be something good. It exists in Denmark and in other countries. Why not use it? We saluted the implementation of this. It's a program that works well. Often we ask the Minister of Finance after that to announce the extension for a longer period. Companies were telling us we don't know what's happening. We don't know if it's going to be extended for a long time or not. And it makes our choices more difficult. So what we're doing today is saying, great, we support it. We want it to be passed quickly, more quickly than normal. I think that it is unacceptable, Madam Speaker, that the Liberal Party, which has collected $8 million in funding to date this year, use the wage subsidy. It's unacceptable. The Liberal Party must commit to not doing it again and to paying it back. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. We know that the first version of this commercial rent subsidy for small businesses was poorly designed, and that meant that the vast majority of small businesses couldn't even apply. Now we have a second version of it, thanks to pressure from us and from small businesses. Does the member agree with me in the NDP party that it must be retroactive beyond September 21st? There are companies that were unable to access this first version because it was so poorly designed, and they should be able to apply for the second version in a retroactive manner to ensure that they can continue operating and save jobs and help their communities. The Honourable Member for Joliet. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for New Westminster, Burnaby, for the question. In fact, the rent subsidy did not work. The Minister of Finance was saying, well, it's a provincial jurisdiction in Quebec, we were told. Mr. Girard, the Minister of Finance, said, as set out, it's not provincial at all. They decided to do it like that. In the beginning, we knew that it wouldn't work. The number of calls that we got from small businesses, and they said to us, we don't have access to this. I have a mortgage to pay. It doesn't work for me. So this program obviously is better, and it's retroactive to September 22nd. Should it be retroactive until the beginning of the crisis? It's a very interesting question. In fact, I raised this point with the government that didn't seem at all open to the idea and saying we're looking more to the future, because all of these programs are expensive. So it's a question, of course, that deserves some deep thought. There are many businesses that could go bankrupt because their fixed costs were not supported over the summer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very brief question. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surrois. Rapidly, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has always been proactive and proposed solutions for small businesses. And we also want to salute and thank partners in our ridings, like the municipalities in Beauharnois, Salaberry, Vaudreuil-Soulanges, and the SADC. Can my colleague explain what are the consequences for these organizations between one announcement and the establishment of the program? What happens in the interim? I'd like to allow the member time to answer the question. The member for Joliet. I thank my colleague from Salaberry-Surrois for the question. In fact, our job is to be the voice for these organizations on the ground. They represent small businesses and be the liaison with the government. We have asked on April 11th about fixed cost, and it's now being put in place, and it's retroactive to September 27th. It's took a bit of time to get the answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Recently, Quebec announced that the closures of businesses in the red zone would go until November 23rd. As we enter the second month of the second wave, there are entire sectors of the Quebec economy that are still waiting for adequate assistance from Ottawa. At a time when many businesses are more than ever threatened by bankruptcy, our entrepreneurs insist that the most effective, simple, and transparent way, both for them and from a government point of view, would be the implementation of an assistance program for fixed costs. Can we start thinking along these lines and focus on the real needs of our entrepreneurs, who are the backbone of our economy? That's what we take from a September 30th survey of 1,700 small and medium-sized businesses, or SMEs, by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. The survey also shows that in Quebec, 50% of businesses consider it would be difficult to survive a second wave of restrictions. 50%, Madam Speaker. That's 1 out of every 2 companies. The same survey shows that 27% of these businesses would survive less than a year with their current revenues. Quebec small and medium-sized businesses say they need an average of $25,000 to cover fixed costs until December 2020. The numbers speak for themselves. We have to act, and quickly and intelligently, because it's through economic strength that we will be able to pay off some of the debt we are currently racking up. The future of our small and medium-sized businesses is at stake here. In Bill C-9, the Government of Canada has decided that the emergency wage subsidy will be extended until summer 2021. That's a good thing. So you see, Madam Speaker, when federal ideas are good, the Bloc Québécois is not afraid to say so. It's all very well to extend the program until June 2021, but what happens next? We know what the conditions are until December 31st, 2020, but after that, from January to June 2021, we're at a loss. We don't know, and like my colleague for Joliette said, predictability and foreseeability is very important to business people. I would also remind the Liberals, Madam Speaker, that the wage subsidy is intended for businesses and organizations, not for political parties. Moreover, Quebecers are still waiting for the Liberal Party to reimburse what it shamefully used of the emergency wage subsidy for its own political interests. With respect to Quebec SMEs, or small and medium-sized businesses, they make up there are about 250,000 of them, and that's 93% of all private sector jobs in Quebec. It's 2.3 million workers who will raise the economy of Quebec and the quality of life of their families. 2.3 million workers, 93% of jobs, 250,000 small and medium-sized businesses. Who would take the risk of cutting that in half? Let me remind you, Madam Speaker, small and medium-sized businesses are vital to the Quebec economy. We know the Government of Canada failed to help them pay their rent during the first wave of the program that ended last September. It's true that the wage subsidy proposed in Bill C-9 is a good program and that the commercial rent subsidy has improved significantly, but it's not enough. When will the government propose to the House a real fixed cost assistance program that effectively meets the needs of Quebec businesses? Madam Speaker, Quebec has already taken action on fixed costs. Establishments located in the red zone are entitled to a reimbursement of most of their fixed costs, up to a maximum of $15,000 for October. Eligible expenses are commercial rent, municipal and school taxes, interest on mortgage loans, electricity or gas costs, insurance, telecommunications costs, permits, and associated fees. There are 13,000 businesses that will get this boost. Why doesn't Canada offer as effective assistance for fixed costs for our SMEs like Quebec is doing? The first version of the commercial rent assistance program was a failure. The landlord had a life and death right over businesses, as he could refuse to participate in the program and let tenants go belly up. And that happened in my riding. Now in Bill C-9, with the proposed new version of the emergency rent subsidy, financial assistance will be offered directly to tenants. That's the basis. It's simpler, too. But what's terrible, Madam Speaker, is that it took the Liberals 7 months to realize that this was the right way to go. It was a waste of time, unnecessary stress for individuals, landlords, and tenants, and it was very confrontational. With what's proposed in the new version of the emergency commercial rent subsidy, we feel a little more flexibility and openness. It's an improvement because it's added a measure of help to businesses that own their building, allowing them to cover the fixed costs of insurance, property taxes, and mortgage interest. But why not go further? Bill C-9 does not take into account the real situation, the diversification of activity sectors, and the particular realities of our regions, like the reality of hotels, businesses, and cultural organizations, and even summer camps. In Quebec, tourism and cultural industries are vital to our regions and our culture. Tourism and cultural businesses have not been doing well for months now. Touristic and cultural businesses, which for the most part make most of their income in the summer season, have suffered heavy losses this year. Quebec has just experienced a dramatic tourism and cultural year. There's talk of a 60% drop in sales, $3.4 billion in lost revenue. That's there's talk of massive bankruptcies. Fixed costs in the tourism sector represent 25% of expenses. Beyond the reflections to be made for SMEs as a whole, and in order to give these businesses a chance to get back on track during a more normal tourist season, could we consider introducing a tax credit program for fixed costs that would go beyond the commercial rent program? And on fixed costs, again, commercial rent, municipal and school taxes, interest on mortgages, electricity or gas costs, insurance, telecommunications costs, permits, and association fees. That's how we see fixed costs in Quebec. Canada should do the same. Several times in recent months, in various forms, the Bloc Québécois has insisted, and we still insist, on the importance of the recovery. It has to be a green recovery. We have to think about the future, beyond the next election. What concerns me is regional development. Recognized for their dynamism on many levels, the regions are the source of natural and intellectual wealth for the major centers. It's their creative and innovative strength that makes it possible to envision new and effective avenues for the development of our communities. So I have to stress, Madam Speaker, that we need to stop thinking about setting up regional development and recovery funds that would be oriented towards processing our natural resources. At the heart of this reflection, the Bloc Québécois firmly believes that the programs in place and those that will be developed in the future must be flexible and capable in their administrative foundations of adapting to the different realities of the regions. And all to this wall-to-wall cookie-cutter immigration solutions are not good for the regions, as we've seen. Because we want to establish a vision for the future and because our organizations and SMEs will make a significant contribution to the recovery, it seems clear to me that CFDCs, for example, are well placed to help various local and regional entities to target the real needs of our communities, priorities, and recovery vectors. For example, we have a program that meets regional needs and helps our businesses, and that was a huge success in Abitibi. I wanted to point that out. In addition, it's the communities themselves that are best placed to identify areas of innovation that are relevant to their area. It's the communities themselves and the individuals who live there who have noticed the overriding needs of the local community and opportunities for business development. In short, it's Quebec and the regions that know what's good for Quebec. To conclude, Madam Speaker, 6 months after having promised it, the Government of Canada is finally delivering the program of support for fixed costs that the Bloc Québécois was asking for. That's why, despite its flaws, the BQ and myself, we hope that Bill C will be passed as quickly as possible. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the issues, of course, is working with different levels of government. And I know in the province of Manitoba, the provincial government has decided to get more engaged in terms of how it is that it can help small businesses. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to the role that different levels of government also have in terms of supporting small businesses in our many different communities.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for his question. During the first 6 months of the pandemic, something that concerned me and I observed as a member of Parliament was that I didn't think there was very good cooperation among levels of government. Despite what we hear in question period, I didn't think there was much dialogue with the Government of Quebec, and I didn't think that they really agreed on how to help businesses and how to support them with their fixed costs. So I hope Bill C9 will be passed quickly so the money can flow out the door to the regions quickly. And I would encourage the Liberal government to sit down with the provinces to find the most generous way of proceeding with the businesses that are the backbone of Quebec's economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Too many businesses in my riding are being excluded from the CEBA, the Emergency Business Account, because contracts after March 1st are not included in the $40,000 expenses required to access the loan. One constituent recently pointed out to me that many businesses did not begin feeling the effects of COVID-19 until well after March 1st. And in fact, the Liberal government did not even create a committee to begin studying the possible effects of COVID-19 until March 4th, 2020. So business owners in my constituency and across Canada who have sacrificed so much during COVID-19 should be supported by their government. I'm sure there's others across this country in similar situations. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would agree with me that we need a change in the CEBA eligibility to allow expenses beyond the current March 1st, 2020 deadline to help these small businesses who are struggling so hard.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for his question and concern. You know, at the beginning of the pandemic, before there was the emergency account, I talked with Minister Joly, the Minister of Economic Development, to express concern about small business people, those who pay themselves through dividends and partnerships. And there's a lot of people in the agricultural world who fall into that situation. And I was worried about people falling through the cracks. And ultimately, the program the Liberals came up with was partially successful in meeting needs, but it could be enhanced. And the devil's in the detail, like is so often the case. So when a program is set up, everything in theory works as it should, but in the regions, we can see that often these programs are ill-adapted to the needs. So I call on this government to show some flexibility so a maximum of Quebec businesses and Canadian businesses can survive this pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his work and his defense of his region, which is a sincere defense. Given all the steps that need to be taken to support our SMEs, there's the whole cultural dimension, theater, live arts, and we don't know when these events will be able to return. Maybe in a year, theaters will reopen, but will we still have dance troupes and orchestras and so on? What is the Liberal government doing to ensure that culture can survive until those venues reopen? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for his excellent question. Just in confidence, Madam Speaker, I'm in a yellow zone, fortunately. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue, we had our International Film Festival. We were lucky that it could happen. Obviously, a lot of precautions were taken, but I attended the first day, and I can tell you how important culture is, how important it was for our mental health to be able to attend an event like that. It's absolutely fundamental. We have to invest in our creators and their creations. That's what creates a social fabric that makes for happy people. And so I would encourage the government to show some compassion and generosity towards our artists. It's all about the future of that industry in Quebec. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Mr. Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to share my time with the outstanding member for Courtenay-Alberni. Once again, because it's a hybrid session of the House, for the sake of clarity, I would ask only those who oppose or who withhold their consent to having the member for Burnaby, New Westminster, share his time with the member for Courtenay-Alberni.
So the Honourable moving this motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion, and there is no nays. Therefore, there being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried. L'honorable député de New.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to members for allowing that that shift in time. Of course, the member for Courtenay-Alberni has been integral to this legislation being brought forward that helps to correct so many of the errors that were in the first version of commercial rent relief. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to shout out, as I do when we're talking about small and medium-sized businesses, to my local New Westminster Chamber of Commerce, of which I've been a long-time member, and the Burnaby Board of Trade, of which I've also been a member for many years, both of which are good spokespeople for small businesses in our communities, the communities I represent, New Westminster and Burnaby. And I'd like to start off, Madam Speaker, by talking about how the NDP and how the member for Burnaby South, our national leader, how we saw when the pandemic hit, the urgency for the federal government to put in place important programs so that people would have the wherewithal to put food on the table, to keep a roof over their head. And if you're running a small business, Madam Speaker, making sure that that business continues to generate jobs in the community. And so from the very outset, we pushed for programs that would actually put into place and support people right across the country. The member for Burnaby South said right at the outset that we needed to have in place an emergency benefit that would go to everybody in the country. The parliamentary budgetary officer actually said that was the best approach. It would have cost less than what the government in the end with NDP pressure actually did, and it would have covered more people. The government at the beginning was trying to rely on a very antiquated employment insurance program that simply didn't work. For most people who have lost their employment, the old EI simply wasn't available to them. And so the government relying on that and putting in place a 10% wage subsidy was simply inadequate. So the NDP started its work. We pressed for a 75% wage subsidy because we knew that would help maintain jobs, and other countries had put in place a similar program. We pressed for an emergency response benefit that went to everybody. We were able to obtain substantial benefits going to people right across the country, and pressed for renewal and pressed for renewal again. And so there are millions of Canadians, as a result of those efforts, that have access to an emergency benefit. We pressed as well to make sure that seniors got an emergency benefit, and forced, as you'll recall, Madam Speaker, through the House of Commons, unanimous motion to that effect. We also pushed for students to be covered, and initially the government was very, very hostile to that. We pushed and we prodded and we fought, and ultimately a student emergency benefit was put into place, and we fought as well for students who have disabilities or have dependents to get the same level of support as the emergency benefit provided to people who are out of work, and succeeded in that fight to get that student CERB in place. We pressed for suspension of student loans. We pressed for sick leave. And ultimately, as you know, Madam Speaker, the member from Burnaby South was determined in this regard. And we finally obtained a universal sick leave for the first time since the founding of our country that applies to workers. Workers no longer have to have that desperate choice between doing the right thing and staying home, but putting food on the table for their families. And that universal sick leave is at the moment only available for 1 year, but it represents significant progress for so many people that otherwise would be forced to go to work sick or simply not be able to feed their family. Now, two areas where we fought, Madam Speaker, are of particular concern because of the government's weak response and almost a passive-aggressive pushback. On the one hand, it's people with disabilities who, from the very beginning, were forced to undertake additional expenses through this tragic pandemic, struggling as well to put food on the table and keep a roof over their head. People with disabilities were completely ignored by this government. And that contrasts vividly with the massive bailout given to our banking system. And finally, after 7 months of pushing and fighting and forcing the government, finally an emergency benefit is going out not to all people with disabilities, but all people registered in the federal system. Madam Speaker, all of these fights to get benefits for regular people that the member for Burnaby South and the entire NDP caucus have been engaged in contrast vividly with what the government actually did for the big banks and big corporations. Within 4 days, Madam Speaker, the government moved to provide liquidity supports of $750 billion, $750 billion to Canada's big banks that have so far in this pandemic reaped windfall profits of $15 billion. We will know from the next quarterly reports that those amounts that are staggering will go up even more significantly because of all the deferred mortgage penalties and interest charges that now are coming due. While small businesses are struggling, while people are struggling, the banking sector has reaped enormous largesse from this federal government. That's a program that the government, and one of only two programs that the government originated on itself, on its own efforts, not with anybody pressing them to do it. The other, of course, is the LEAF program. And as we saw initially at the beginning of this year, $1 billion in forgivable loans to large Canadian corporations. No transparency, no information actually being shared with the public. We do not believe that that was the best approach to take. We believe in transparency. We believe that Canadians need to know where their tax dollars are going. So this brings us to the issue of small business, Madam Speaker. And from the very beginning, the member from Courtenay Alberni, the member from Burnaby South, the entire NDP caucus pushed for small business loans to be made available through the CEBA, pushed for that wage subsidy of 75% that many other countries found was particularly important, and pressed for commercial rent relief for small businesses. The first version that was put in place over the summer was put in place in such a haphazard and irresponsible way that it didn't benefit most of the people who could have benefited from small businesses. The contract, as you know, Madam Speaker, was given without any tendering to a company that employs, as one of its principals, the spouse of the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister. And initially, the program was designed only for those that have commercial mortgages. So the contract was given to a commercial mortgage company, and it's a company that decided if you had a commercial mortgage, then you could access the program. The reality is there was over $1 billion that small businesses desperate to stay in business were unable to access. Now, finally, because of the pushing and prodding of the NDP, we finally have a bill that is more in keeping with what we have been saying from the very beginning needed to happen for small businesses. But the government and the official opposition are refusing to make that retroactive to April 1st. Even though there are so many thousands of businesses that have been unable to access the initial program. So, Madam Speaker, the NDP will be bringing forward an amendment, and we are asking Liberal and Conservative MPs to vote for it. And we are asking right across the country, if you're in the small business sector, if you believe like we do that the small business sector and community businesses need to have that chance to grow, to get through this pandemic and continue to contribute to jobs and to the community, then tell your local Liberal or Conservative MP to vote for the NDP amendment on Friday. We will be putting forward the amendment so that retroactively, prior to September 27th, right back to April 1st, small businesses will have, who did not access the original landlord-driven, commercial mortgage-driven program, will actually have access to the new program. That's the amendment that we intend to bring forward. We believe in small businesses. We believe that they're often the backbone of the community economy, that social enterprise and community businesses, cooperatives working together often provide jobs and great economic benefit. And so, Madam Speaker, that is why we're bringing forward this amendment. We hope that Canadians will react favorably and call or write their Liberal or Conservative MP to vote yes on the NDP amendment to make it retroactive so that businesses prior to September 27th can access the funding that they should have had in the summer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just listening to the member talk about, the NDP did this and the NDP did that and the NDP did this, I think it takes away from the reality that there were many organizations and individuals that contributed to the dialogue that was necessary in order to make many of the changes that were required for a wide spectrum of programs that were introduced. I could cite numerous discussions amongst my Liberal members of Parliament colleagues where we would bring up ideas and thoughts that would improve upon these programs. And I guess my question for the member is, has the NDP costed out in any fashion, or do they have any sense in terms of what it is that their amendment would actually propose, that they're proposing would actually be?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, the government was receiving pressure as well from business organizations, from people with disabilities. I think it's important as members of Parliament that we report back as well to our constituents and to the country about what we have been fighting for through this pandemic and the issues that we've raised are issues that have actually made a difference in people's lives. I failed to see the $750 billion that the Liberals handed out through a variety of federal government institutions to the banking sector as making a real difference in people's lives right across the country. I failed to see that. Now, the government left over $1 billion on the table, about $1.2 billion that was supposed to go to small businesses, and they failed to do that because of the complexity and the incomprehensible approach that this government took for commercial rent relief. Let's put that $1.2 billion into retroactive support for the small businesses that could not access the program through the course of the summer because of how the government structured it.
Comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. $750 billion in liquidity supports and regulatory easing for Bay Street and the big banks. $81 billion in CERB. And now here we are talking about small business. And they want to act, Madam Speaker, as though they're just hearing it for the first time. So through you to the Speaker, the honourable member, can you please ask him, what kind of consultations did he receive as a critic for finance when this Liberal government put $750 billion of our taxpayer dollars out to the banks so they can lend it back to us at interest?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Hamilton Centre. He's one of a key number of members of Parliament that have been standing up for regular Canadians through the course of this pandemic, and has been doing a very strong and eloquent job of standing up for regular people. They can't be forgotten. Now, he asks a very important question, and as you know, Madam Speaker, in the Finance Committee, I asked this very specific question to the former Finance Minister. There was no answer. I asked the question to Finance Ministry officials. There was no answer. I finally had to ask the question to the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, and within a few days, they gave us an accounting of the $750 billion of liquidity support that the government had granted within days of the pandemic hitting. And yet people with disabilities had to wait over 7 months to get a $600 stipend to try to get them through the pandemic. I think that should be a source of shame to any government member to know that their government acted with such alacrity for the wealthiest and the most privileged among us, and yet we're holding off and denying people with disabilities the amounts that they so desperately needed to weather this pandemic.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a huge honor and privilege to rise today on behalf of New Democrats and small business. Today is a bit bittersweet, really, Madam Speaker. We're seeing a bill coming forward, finally, with the changes we've been asking, along with small business, chambers of commerce, business organizations, and labor, to get the support to businesses that they desperately need. And the government shows that they're listening to the changes we've been asking for. Still, there's not a lot of clarity about moving forward, but we're asking them to, now that they've admitted that they've failed in their design and flawed design of their programs, to fix them, and not just fix them moving forward, but to make them retroactive. And, you know, we hear the government, we just heard the finance minister and the minister of the middle class and prosperity talk about how they're going to, they will do anything and everything to help people, and they'll support an equitable recovery, and they're willing to backdate the commercial rent assistance program to September 27th. Well, Madam Speaker, the pandemic didn't start on September 27th. In fact, we know that their previous program, they had dated it for April 1st. We just don't understand why they wouldn't backdate it to April 1st to make sure it's fair to everybody across this country. You know, we hear every day of another business closing their doors permanently. Many of them couldn't access the commercial rent assistance program in the first place because their landlord wouldn't apply, even though their neighbor, their landlord would apply and they got access to it. So 1 in 3 businesses had their landlord that was willing to go to bat and apply for the program. But the other 2/3, Madam Speaker, they didn't have the same support, and they were left out hanging to dry. Many of them, as we know, are closing their doors as a result of this failed design of a program. One of them is Lisa Bernard Christensen in my riding, and she wrote that it's too little, too late. I needed it 3 or 4 months ago. Now the damage is done. And there are people like Lisa right across the country, Madam Speaker, that want to see this program backdated because she's steeped in debt, like many other businesses, that are facing, many of them facing bankruptcy. This is about being equitable. And again, the government talked about an equitable recovery. In all fairness, Madam Speaker, I don't know how they can justify when they admit that the program was flawed, broken, and they're coming forward today with the fix, that they wouldn't backdate it. You know, we know that we're going to have a huge deficit to pay for this global crisis, this pandemic that we're all enduring. And in all fairness, it's going to be on the shoulders of everyday Canadians to pay this deficit back. It should really be on those that profited the most, on the super wealthy, those that can afford to chip in and help us get through this and that are going to benefit in the long run. But Madam Speaker, likely most of this will be left on the backs of everyday Canadians, on our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren even, Madam Speaker. So it just isn't fair that if all Canadians are going to share the responsibility of paying these funds back, these emergency funds that are very important at this time, that those that were left out are also going to be responsible for paying it back, and they're not getting access to it. So, Madam Speaker, we will be putting forward an amendment calling on the government and the Conservatives, who again have not indicated their support for our ask for the government to backdate that program to April 1st. And we urge all parties to collectively come together and save many people from bankruptcy, many that are steeped in debt and need help to get back on track. Madam Speaker, we've seen the government continually delay the rollout of these programs. Here they are. They could have tabled this legislation in the summer. They chose to prorogue Parliament. They made announcements that they were going to deliver a bill in early October. Here we are in November. They're delivering a bill, and we're going to have to fast track it to get it through Parliament so that people can get the help they need. We still don't even know when they're going to be able to apply for these benefits of this new program. We don't know what the wage subsidy is going to look like in January, February, and March. And Madam Speaker, as a tourism critic, as a member of Parliament for Courtenay Alberni, where many people know it's a highly visited tourism destination, how important it is to have certainty, to know what it looks like. Otherwise, we're going to see, again, more layoffs, more people that aren't going to know if they're going to have a job or not moving forward. We need the government to take a whole look at moving forward and come up with a proper recovery plan and identify what the extension of the wage subsidy looks like. We also need to make sure that they fix their broken finance programs. Many businesses are facing liquidity issues, especially hotels and those in the tourism industry. And so far, right now, what we're hearing from the Tourism Industry Association of Canada is that only 12% of tourism applicants so far have been able to get access to the BCAP program. 43% have been outright denied, Madam Speaker. They need to fix these programs. They need to also fix the LEAF program. Only 2 applicants, Madam Speaker, have been approved for the LEAF program. So there's so much work ahead of us that we have to do, and we need the government to act urgently. They keep coming in with these programs after the fact. Here we are, again, talking about legislation to help people with rent that's dated back to September 27th. Well, Madam Speaker, that's not good enough. Rent's due, was due on November 1st. We missed November 1st. The way it's going, we're going to miss December 1st, Madam Speaker, in supporting these businesses for these important fixed costs that they need help with. Here we are in the second wave. Are we going to get support in the third wave, Madam Speaker? We don't know, again, what that looks like. We're hearing from Indigenous businesses that they haven't been included in the discussions for a lot of the rollout. The wage subsidy, we saw Indigenous-led corporations that were left out. We fought tooth and nail so that they could get included to the wage subsidy. Indigenous Tourism Association that represents many tourism operators, Indigenous-led across this country, who are the most vulnerable tourism businesses in this country. It took months for them to get the support they needed to save many businesses, but they're looking forward and they need support now. They need some certainty, and they haven't had a lot of dialogue with the government on these programs so that they could help offer their opinion, because many of them are in their design are flawed and don't serve their needs. So they need to be reaching out to these important stakeholders, Madam Speaker. Also, we're learning that a lot of businesses, a lot of employees in the tourism sector, for example, they don't have any certainty around their jobs, and nothing around any of this rollout is protecting hospitality and tourism workers by having conditional sectoral support on establishing the right of first refusal for laid off workers. Laid off workers have no guarantees, Madam Speaker, from their former employers that their jobs will be restored or even offered when the pandemic subsides, Madam Speaker. And we want to make sure that these workers who've given years of their lives to their workplaces, are given the first right of a refusal, protecting them from, further restructuring or being replaced by a worker at a lower wage. And the pandemic, we want to make sure it's not an opportunity for companies to, restructure and cut labor costs, Madam Speaker. So here we are today. We welcome these important changes, but we want to make sure that the government goes even further, that they back up their statement on making sure that it's an equitable recovery. We need them to backdate the commercial rent assistance program to April 1st to ensure that all those businesses that have been left out get access to those programs. We're hearing, again, more and more businesses going out of business that are, again, racking up debt or they're facing bankruptcy, and the government needs to come to their rescue. And they've left $1.2 billion on the table from the previous commercial rent assistance program, Madam Speaker. They only spent $1.9 billion of the allotted funds. And we know, according to Canadian Federation of Independent Business, that 128,000 businesses did get support from that program, but there was 400,000 businesses that would have qualified had they made it a tenant-driven program, Madam Speaker. Another flaw that they had in that previous program was that businesses that rented from, a local government or a government agency, they were immediately disqualified from applying from that program, Madam Speaker. And I think of, All Mixed Up, a local taco shop here in Port Alberni that rents at the Harbor Key from the city of Port Alberni. They've been excluded. Now the government's saying, well, we'll go back. It'll make it retroactive to September 27th. Too bad you closed your doors for public health and to protect everybody for April, May, and June, but we're not going to help you for all of those months that you were closed. Madam Speaker, in all fairness, I'm urging the government to support us and backdate that program and support small business. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, I'm intrigued by the fact that the NDP are going to be moving an amendment. And one of the questions that I have for the member is that is it the NDP's official position then that any small business in the country that had a rental contract should be entitled to receive compensation from a program that would be developed by the NDP? Would every small business be eligible to receive it?
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
That's an excellent question, actually, and it's rare I get to say that to the other side. But, here's a program that first was flawed in the beginning. We wanted to see it scaled with the wage subsidy, and we've been asking for that. Anyone who's lost 50, 60% of their business didn't qualify under the previous program, even if their landlord was on board, because they didn't meet the criteria. The threshold was 70%. Clearly, they needed help and should have qualified. So we're glad to see them change that. But, under even the old rules, if they backdated it to April 1st for any tenant that was eligible under the previous rules, they should at least allow that bare minimum. Madam Speaker, that should be the requirement, that they should be allowed to apply and get the same supports as their neighbors got, as anyone who had their landlord on board apply. 50% of the money was federal and provincial money. Let them have access to that money, Madam Speaker. This isn't going to, the loss of those businesses, the bankruptcies, is going to cost us, it's going to far outweigh the loss, the spend that it's going to cost to fix this and backdate it. I hope the government's listening and does this in all fairness and does the right thing, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we've heard the government brag about all the consultations and feedback that they've had from small business communities. And here we are in November, finally rolling out this program. I'll share with you, to the Honourable Member from Courtenay Alberni, that in my community, there's a BIA, a small business on Locke Street, an association, who last year, that street was under construction. So their year-to-dates are way out of whack. They took losses last year that could never be reflected adequately this year, and they are left out, and they are on the precipice, Madam Speaker. So through you to the honourable member for Courtney Alberni and his experience as a critic for small business and fighting for small businesses, when he talks about applying it to ensure that nobody's left behind, could he take a little bit more time and talk about all the businesses who continue to be left behind by this Liberal government?
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Yeah, I really appreciate the question from my colleague from Hamilton Centre. I know he's fighting so hard for the small businesses in his riding. And, you know, I couldn't even think about how long it would take for me to talk about the small businesses that are bringing this to my attention just in my riding alone. And I'm sure in every single riding across this country. And, you know, the amount of businesses that we've lost because the government hasn't fixed this program. But there's many that can still be saved, many that can stave off bankruptcy if the government does the right thing and backdates their program to April 1st. They need to do this, Madam Speaker, in all fairness to those that have been left behind. And if they're truly listening to small business and their locals of chambers of commerce, they would know that it's unfair that some got support and others didn't, because those that didn't, if they're still going to this day, Madam Speaker, they are paying a heavy price, and it's not fair to them. Let's help them get through it. Let's get the support they need and do the right thing. And we can all work together, and they're expecting us to work together, Madam Speaker, at a time like this, not to call, force an election, in times when they're waiting for support, which is what they were considering doing 2 weeks ago, which would have been months and months and months before they saw the help that they need, Madam Speaker. Government needs to move this quickly, and they need to adjust this bill and backdate it.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Saint-Laurent. I must advise you that all of her time will not be available for the debate. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak about the government's plan to support businesses and the economic recovery in response to COVID-19. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our government has had two objectives: to protect the lives of Canadians, as well as protect and preserve companies' jobs and the Canadian economy. Given the uncertainty of the economic situation, our government has taken decisive measures to support businesses affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and contribute to protecting jobs that Canadians depend on. Although some sectors of the economy are recovering, others are still dealing with lower revenues, increased costs, and uncertainty caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Many entrepreneurs and businesses in Canada still need assistance with cash flows and operating costs. That's why our government has tabled an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Canadian Emergency Rent Subsidy, and Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy.
Implement new targeted supports to help hard-hit businesses. These measures are designed to help businesses get through the second wave of this virus so that they can protect jobs, continue to serve their communities, and be positioned for a strong recovery. Madam Speaker, from very early on in the first wave of the pandemic, it was overwhelmingly clear that one of the most important ways to help businesses survive these trying times was through rental support. Many Canadian businesses either had to shut down for months on end or lost a significant percentage of their revenues, and yet still had to pay their landlord's rent. That was why our government quickly developed a program, the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance, or CECRA, to help businesses with rent so that they can stay afloat during the pandemic. One of the problems with this program was that it required landlords to apply for assistance rather than the businesses themselves. I had businesses reach out to me when this program was announced to let me know that while they needed the rental support in order to make it through, their landlords refused to apply for the program, and they were being forced to pay for the full amount, even when in some cases their revenues were inexistent. And as much as I try my absolute best to help my constituents and the businesses in my riding who reach out to me to access programs, I had no idea what to tell these people because they were at the mercy of their landlords. What I did do was raise these concerns at caucus, as did several of my colleagues, and that's why I was extremely happy that our comments were listened to, because through the new and improved version of the CECRA, the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, we are proposing to provide direct and easy-to-access commercial rent and mortgage support to organizations and businesses who have been affected by COVID-19 until June 2021, with a subsidy of up to 65%. La nouvelle subvention.
The new rent subsidy follows on the heels of the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance for small businesses, which already supported more than 133,000 small businesses and 1.2 million jobs in Canada. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have closely collaborated with small businesses. The new rent subsidy will be better targeted and easier to access, and it will be paid directly to small businesses.
Like in real terms for Canadian businesses. Let's take the owner of hair salons, for example. One that followed the public health and safety precautions and closed to the public back in March or April, like Trim's hair salon in my riding. They then opened during the summer as they were allowed to serve the public at a much lesser capacity, limited the number of customers in order to follow social distancing guidelines. In Quebec, they've been given permission to remain open until further notice, and were open in the months of September and October. Let's say that in October, their revenues were down 25%. On top of this, they incurred $2,500 in eligible rent costs for their first period of the rent subsidy.
But it being 6:04 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mercredi 20...
Pursuant to order adopted September 23rd, 2020, I apologize. I went too fast. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Fortier, moved that Bill C9, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, and Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. If a member of a recognized party present here in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded vote.
Conformément à Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, the division stands deferred until Thursday, November 5th, 2020, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. It being 6:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. First time debated, second reading, C-215, Climate Change Accountability Act, in the name of Ms. Michaud.
Deuxième lecture.
Second reading of Bill C-215. Ms. Michaud, seconded by Ms. Posey, moves that Bill C-215, an act respecting Canada's fulfillment of its greenhouse gas emissions reductions obligations, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development debate. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Métis, Méthane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with some emotion that I rise today to introduce, support, and defend on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, our team of MPs, our members, our supporters, and thousands of Quebecers supporting us, an act respecting Canada's fulfillment of its greenhouse gas emissions reductions obligations. I have the honour to be the author and the sponsor. With the force of my convictions, I launched myself in politics. I'm a Democrat, a Quebec sovereigntist, a feminist, and an environmentalist. My goal today, Madam Speaker, is to be persuasive. I want to persuade parliamentarians, all members of this House, through my words, recent arguments, my honesty, my passion and spirit, of the merits of this bill. And if it is given the chance, it will be the centerpiece for years to come of our joint efforts to create an environmentally sustainable future. Sustainability is a word that resonates. It makes us think. Over the past few months, we have all collectively experienced something quite real, that we had trouble taking the full measure of before, and that is the fragility of our world. The pandemic doesn't change the laws of nature, but it has revealed new aspects of it that were less clear to us before and more difficult, in fact, to imagine, or perhaps that we just simply didn't want to see. Our wealth is the result of our efforts, but also the services that we provide, that our natural environment provides to us. Deterioration of our environment increases health risks and compromises our economic well-being. More than ever, the relationship between health and the environment and human health is clear. The current challenge does not supersede previous challenges. Rather, it adds to it. Governments around the world have to respond to the economic challenge as to the health crisis. They have to respond better than they did to the climate crisis that has existed for years. The climate crisis is real, as real as the health crisis. And I know that all parties in the House recognize this. I think we have a joint challenge as legislators that must be stated, affirmed, and heard by all people, that fighting the pandemic must not become a pretext to abandon our fight against climate change. Let's now say that we will not be fooled. It would be a total failure by public authorities to meet the challenges of our day. Despite our differences on other subjects, I think democracy can produce better. It's not just a speech, Madam Speaker. The main goal of the bill that I am introducing is to ensure that we pass from rhetoric to concrete action. No doubt in the past in Canada, there have been people who have been sincere in their desire to respond to the climate change challenges, but we must face the facts. Canada has never achieved the goals that it set itself in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Canada failed on numerous occasions. Canada had to withdraw from the Kyoto Protocol. Between 1990 and 2017, greenhouse gas emissions in Canada increased by 18.9%. Over that same period, emissions in Quebec decreased by 8.7%. I would note that the pan-Canadian statistic included the Quebec statistic. Nonetheless, I am not blind, Madam Speaker. Quebec is not perfect. There are many enormous challenges to overcome. Like all heavily industrialized societies, Quebec has a huge environmental footprint, and there much remains to be done to restore balance between prosperity and environmental sustainability. But in this federation, it has done its bit for the climate. It doesn't master all the levers that it should in order to protect its own territory. In short, the political reality in Quebec and Canada is such that is the way that it is, and we must move forward. A number of states or nations around the world have adopted framework legislation on climate change governance, and these seek to make the government accountable with regard to its actions on climate change. Climate legislation, despite our progressive society, mobilized youth, and politicians who say that they're green, this hasn't happened. Currently, we have a target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by 2030 compared to 2005 levels. This was the target by Harper, but according to the most optimistic forecast, taking into consideration efforts to reduce emissions that have already been announced, Canada is going to miss this target. The government must ensure that it can avoid repeated failure. That's the goal of this bill. With my words, I want to persuade people to agree. Pollution has no borders, even if the sources are not spread equally across our territory. We must deal with this inequality in order to be a leader internationally, in order to be able to convince the major emitters in the world to do their fair share. There is a fundamental condition that must be respected. We must lead by example, Madam Speaker. We must demonstrate that we are capable of fulfilling our own obligations. We must prove our credibility to be able to have negotiating power. Without that credibility, I think we are not even in the game. I want us to be in the game. Canada has committed under the Paris Accord to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Canada's commitment is insufficient with regard to the overall goal, of course, but a starting point would be, at the very least, to meet our obligations. This is what this bill would do. It would be integrating in Canadian legislation Canada's commitments under the Paris Agreement. Two things would be set out. First, with regard to official reductions targets and increasing them, and establishing intermediate targets with the objectives of zero emissions by 2050. I think the Liberal MPs are in agreement because it's their target. The government's plan must be assessed by an independent, competent authority. We can count on the Environment Commissioner for this. Everybody seems to agree that climate legislation is essential and that it must include mechanisms to make it binding. What we're proposing here is by allowing an entity that already has the confidence of the House to assess the government's compliance with the goals set out in the legislation. The Bloc Québécois has made public a complete plan with a wide variety of proposals in it to ensure a green progress. The government can use this to develop its economic recovery strategy and fight against climate change. It gives the government the freedom to pick the avenues that it prefers in fighting climate change. These choices have to be compatible with Canada's international commitments and ensure that action is realistic and sufficient. It's quite a simple bill, but important. And it seems to have some support from the opposition. I spoke about it with my colleagues from the Green Party, the NDP, and the Conservatives, who agree in principle, and they recognize the urgency for Canada to adopt such legislation. I understand that for a number of people, it's difficult to understand the concept of climate change. It's difficult because we can't see it from one day to the next. We know that we have to make efforts locally at home, like composting, reusing, driving vehicles with lower emissions, reusing plastic, or eliminating the use of single-use plastics. But we must do much more as a society. This shift involves all regions across the country, Canada and Quebec. Climate change is devastating, and the effects are being felt everywhere. Each region has its own economic reality and has specific challenges. Municipalities are dealing with problems of erosion. There are pests that are increasing. Fisheries are changing across the country. We see the effect of climate change. We see the communities next to rivers and waterways that have to deal with the shore erosion. People have to move because where they built is no longer viable and too much at risk. In my riding, Saint-Luc-sur-Mer and Saint-Flavie are two municipalities that have been heavily affected by coastal erosion. More than 40 residences were damaged along the Saint-Flavie River. More than 50% of the coasts are subject to erosion in Quebec. This has, due to the increased sea level and storms, the lack of ice along the waterway, the increase of the increased frequency of the freezing, defreezing, etc. All of these climate change consequences are the result of human activity. Farmers have to deal with drought. Others lose their crops because of unpredictable weather. There are people in Baie des Chaleurs who are afraid for their respiratory health because of plants that pollute in the area and that degrade the air quality in the Gaspé. We need to act as a society. We must mobilize. In order to do this on a big scale, we need the government to assume their responsibility, a government that has the courage to meet its commitments. Governments that are not afraid of putting in place drastic but necessary measures to fight the largest challenge facing the next generation. Unfortunately, we can't say that we're leading in this area in Canada. There are countries ahead of us who have the courage to act. It's possible to get rid of fossil fuels and use solar, wind, water, and geothermal energy. It's not only possible, it's essential. I'm thinking of countries like Morocco, which at the beginning of the 2000s pretty much just use oil and gas. Now they generate over 40% of their needs thanks to renewable energy plants, including the largest solar plant in the world. There is also the Netherlands, one of the most populated countries with thousands of farmers. For the available space and landmass, they produce a lot and better with less, using their space in a sustainable fashion with less water, less fertilizer, pesticides, etc., and they emit fewer CO2s. There's Costa Rica, which has had three-quarters of the country is covered by forests. They had uncontrolled forestry development. Many trees were cut down. The government then took the bull by the horns and offered subsidies to landowners to replant the trees. In 25 years, they've recovered half the country. These countries are different from Canada, of course. They're not perfect. They made their situation better based on their reality. It takes courage to act. Ironically, today, no matter what the results of the presidential election in the United States are, the U.S. has officially left the Paris Agreement following a decision made by the Republican president in 2016. It's unfortunate, but we have to push again, show that we're stronger than that, lead by example. I'll never say it too often. We must lead by example. I could not talk about the climate without talking about Quebec's legitimate ambitions. You can see it coming. Canada is a country that has oil and gas, and it also funds the most oil and gas. Quebec has access to a huge quantity of renewable natural resources, trees, water, mining resources, agricultural lands. We have built a solid and renewable electric energy system. Unlike the oil sands in Alberta, this is good for our future. We must be a leader in renewable energy. It's energy efficient and it's sustainable. This is one of my favorite arguments to talk about sovereignty. That we are marking the 25th anniversary of the referendum, and Quebec has changed quite a lot since that time, and we have as well. It doesn't make our plan less legitimate. Quebec wants to position itself as a green model for the creation of wealth, a model for the rest of the world. I know that the MPs will closely study all the mechanisms of the bill in detail before they vote. I hope that they will have assessed the virtues of the bill, that they will recognize that they are dealing with a substantial bill. It is well thought out, and it's not just a simple statement of principles or a list of arbitrary measures. This is my final argument, Madam Speaker. The members will have noted that the bill has been drafted in a way to allow a democratically elected government to have the flexibility it needs to manage its public affairs and accomplish its mission following the legitimate ambitions of its political party. Our goal is to ensure the success of climate policy. And this reminds me of a specific phrase of something that has been inspirational to me. The Premier of Quebec, Pauline Marois, led a minority government, just like this government, and she said at the beginning of her mandate, we will be flexible as to the means, but firm on our objectives. These are wise words. Madam Speaker, the law, or the bill that I am proposing, will last for years to come on behalf of the future of the planet and climate justice. Let's be flexible on the means, but firm on the objectives. To the current government, I would ask, are they prepared to be firm on the objectives? If yes, I invite them humbly and with a sense of duty accomplished to vote in favor of this bill put forward by the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, you got cut off just as you said the name of the riding. And thank you to the member across the way for a tremendous presentation on some very good work that she has done. I just came from the Environment Committee, the Standing Committee for the Environment, and we had the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada there. And looking at the budget for the Impact Assessment Agency, the mains going from $800,000 a few years ago to $3 million in this coming year. A lot of new programs coming through Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. I'm wondering whether the honourable member has looked at the work of the Impact Assessment Agency that's measuring the impact of the policies that we're putting forward in terms of her research for her bill.
The honourable member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, we did a lot of research for this bill. We based it on an international agreement that has a number of signatories, the Paris Agreement, that most countries have signed on to, but it doesn't require them to enforce it in domestic law. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make Canada accountable for climate change or for dealing with climate change. So there are things before the Environment Committee now that would be undertaken if this bill were to go ahead. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to make my comments in English because I want them to be interpreted correctly.
In Bloc Québécois, on this side of the House, my other colleagues, including in this bill, seem to lionize certain energy in Canada. We have to realize in Canada how fortunate we are across this country to have a multitude of energy sources, a portfolio of energy sources of vast degrees. We've got all kinds of oil, all kinds of gas, all kinds of hydroelectricity. We're the envy of the world for the diversity of our energy supply, including nuclear. Everybody envies Canada for the fact that we have so much good energy. The thing about energy that most people don't understand is how much pollution is associated with every form of energy. There is no clean energy. Every bit of energy has its cost, from hydroelectricity to uranium, nuclear, oil and gas. Everything has an effect, a land effect. We need to understand why we look at this in a sense of one energy source being bad and one being not so bad when they have different effects. Can you explain to me, please, how you assess the power energy from Quebec being less polluting and less different than the power energy from the oil and gas sector, for instance? I'd love to hear that. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Avignon. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his interesting question. He's right. There are many and varied sources of energy in Canada. There's lots of diversity, but some pollute more than others, and scientists have demonstrated that. Solar energy, hydro, wind energy, they're much less polluting than fossil fuels. And when I think of projects like Tech Frontier, and we saw that the proponents ended the project because there were no longer any investors. People know it's not viable in the near future to promote this type of energy source. So people should be turning towards more promising, greener energies for the future. And unfortunately, that's not oil and gas. The Honourable Member for La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I really appreciated what she said. I agreed with virtually everything she said. So I won't ask any questions about LNG Quebec. That will be for other panels later. But that's a project that Jack Layton and others, we proposed similar legislation in the past. So, but we're not even on track to meet our Paris targets. It's important for Parliament to be accountable. We have to be able to ask the government questions about how we're doing. I'd like to hear what she has to say about that. The Honourable Member, very quickly. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's of capital importance. Yes, the NDP has worked on this too and has made constructive suggestions for the bill. And we have to deal with this in committee. We have to talk about the environment more. We don't talk about it enough. This is a global crisis. Despite the economic crisis and the COVID crisis, the climate crisis is still there. And it's my generation and subsequent ones that will have to pay the price. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-215. an act respecting Canada's fulfillment of its greenhouse gas emission reduction obligations. The purpose of Bill C-215 is to ensure that Canada meets its obligations under the Paris Agreement by, among other things, establishing targets for the reduction of Canadian greenhouse gas emissions and accountability mechanisms for that reduction. Specifically, Madam Speaker, Bill C-215 includes a goal of zero net greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and an interim target of at least 30% reduction from 2005 greenhouse gas levels by 2030. It also requires the establishment of 5-year interim targets from 2025 to 2040 through a single action plan. An annual report on Canada's progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions must also be prepared and tabled in Parliament. The bill provides for a review of the action plan and annual progress reports by the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development, as well as a review of the legislation every 4 years. Madam Speaker, achieving a prosperous future with zero net emissions by 2050 remains a priority for the Government of Canada. Canadians recognize that climate change threatens their health, their way of life, and their planet. Despite the global challenge posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change continues to advance, and it's almost certain that 2020 will be among the 4 warmest years on record. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has pointed out, while we fight the COVID-19 pandemic, we can't postpone climate action because the climate crisis is not over. Just as the government is committed to supporting Canadians during the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, we will continue to do the same on climate action. Canadians are already feeling the impacts of climate change and extreme weather events, including the changing intensity and frequency of flooding, storms and fires, coastal erosion, extreme heat events, melting permafrost, and rising sea levels. These impacts pose a significant risk to the safety, security, health, and well-being of all Canadians, our communities, the economy, and the natural environment. Our steps to address climate change and those to come will help put Canada on the path to deeper emission reductions, support a growing economy, and make life more affordable and secure for Canadians. Beyond these domestic commitments, Canada is a leader in taking international action on climate change. Climate change is a significant global challenge, and it's with this in mind that Canada and 194 other countries adopted the Paris Agreement to combat climate change. This agreement aims to strengthen efforts to limit the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius, and if possible, to limit that increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Que le Canada s'est engagé dans le cadre de l'accord de Paris.
Madam Speaker, it's important to note that Canada is committed under the Paris Agreement to reduce its GHG emissions by 30% by 2030. Canada is also committed to strengthening the existing greenhouse gas reduction measures and implementing new ones to exceed Canada's emission reduction target by 2030. Canada is also a founding member of the Powering Past Coal Alliance, which was created to promote clean growth and climate protection through the rapid phase-out of conventional coal-fired electricity generation. To date, the alliance has more than 110 members. Canada is involved in many other climate change initiatives as well. For example, Canada participates in the work of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We were co-chair of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition to reduce short-lived pollutants affecting the climate from 2016 to 2018. And we were a member and co-chair of the Global Methane Initiative, an international partnership to reduce methane pollution and promote the reuse and use of methane as a cleaner energy source. Despite the postponement of COP26 to 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak, the Government of Canada is still prioritizing its international commitments to help combat climate change. The COP is not the only forum for negotiations that guide international climate action. It's also an important forum for continued progress with international partners on many initiatives and ongoing bilateral relationships on climate action and environmental protection. The COP will continue to be a forum where the Government of Canada can continue to demonstrate not only its efforts to address climate change, but also many other initiatives that strengthen the integration of nature, biodiversity, and ocean-based solutions such as phasing out coal, achieving zero-waste plastics, enhancing nature conservation, and promoting funding for coastal resilience. So despite the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, rest assured that Canada is and will continue to pursue these initiatives and its international cooperation. These actions are all the more important because the science is clear. We can't wait for future generations to stop polluting or take steps to adapt to the effects of climate change. We have to act now. To achieve our Paris Agreement goal of limiting temperature increase to 2 degrees Celsius, and ideally limiting it to 1.5 degrees Celsius, global emissions would need to reach net zero by 2050. Canada acknowledges these findings and agrees that further work is needed. And that's why we've committed to achieving the goal of net zero emissions by 2050 through 5-year domestic GHG reduction targets based on expert advice and consultations with Canadians. Canada is not alone. 9 countries have introduced or are in the process of introducing legislation to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Those countries include France, New Zealand, and the UK. Including Canada, at least 120 countries, 14 regions, 398 cities, 786 companies, and 16 investors have committed to achieving this goal. Clearly, many of the components presented in Bill C-215 reflect our government's priorities, both domestically and internationally. I thank the honourable member for bringing forward such an important topic, and I look forward to continuing discussions on measures to combat climate change and achieve zero net emissions by 2050. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Civilian Nicola, I'm sorry.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity tonight to speak to the bill introduced by the member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. The stated purpose of this bill is to ensure that Canada fulfills its obligations under the Paris Agreement. That is certainly a goal I support, and my leader has committed the Conservative Party to reaching it. In fact, the Paris targets are Conservative targets. In my first term here, the previous Prime Minister consulted with all the provinces on their reduction capacity and obtained a 30% reduction from 2005 levels by 2030. This was presented as Canada's commitment under the Paris Agreement and remains the target to this day. This work was done together with the provinces, and it focuses on maintaining economic opportunities. As such, the Paris commitments are fully consistent with what my party stands for: environmental protection that doesn't come at the expense of the economy, and full respect for provincial jurisdiction and expertise. Unfortunately, since the signing of this agreement, the current Liberal government hasn't taken any significant steps to meet those targets and has instead led a divisive and ideological campaign. The Prime Minister says we're on track to meet the 2030 target. Over the last election campaign, he repeatedly said Canada was on track to meet the targets. That isn't true now, and it wasn't true back then. But now they claim they will even exceed the commitment, but refuse to provide any details. They can't even do the bare minimum, and yet they're promising to over-deliver without any explanation other than their solemn word. That sure sounds like this Liberal government to me. But let's look at the facts. According to the most recent Climate Transparency Report, not only is Canada not on track to meet our Paris commitments, we're also one of the least prepared countries in the G20. The Climate Action Tracker calls the government's actions insufficient. And the government's own projections, which would surely be the most charitable, say that Canada is not even close to meeting its targets. So let's look at where we are right now. Even with massive spending on programs like electric vehicle subsidies, even with the complete destruction of our oil and gas sector by the Liberal government, and even with the complete rejection of working with the provinces and instead taking a top-down Ottawa knows best approach, they're still not close to reaching the targets. So we're in a position where the government has completely failed to meet the Paris commitments made under the Harper government, and yet they expect us to believe that everything's fine, that they're actually going to surpass them. But we shouldn't ask any questions, because they simply can't explain how this is going to happen. So this brings us to the Bloc Québécois members' bill. As I said before, I support the stated purpose, the stated goal of developing a responsible plan to meet our Paris commitments as created by the Harper government. In that spirit, there are many aspects of this bill that I like and support. The rejection of simply trying to legislate targets and instead focusing on creating a plan is a very smart idea. As we all know, Parliament can't bind Parliament. So to legislate targets with no plan to get there is basically unenforceable and would simply be a virtue signaling exercise. Thankfully, this bill is intended to ensure that the government creates a framework and brings it to this House where it can be studied and debated.
We know that the Liberal government hates parliamentary review. It even shut down Parliament to avoid being monitored. This bill would force the government to table a plan, and that's a good idea. I always believe in more parliamentary investigation and review. I also like the idea of having the plan be verified by the Environment Commissioner, in addition to the mandatory parliamentary review by the Environment Committee. I like the fact that the plan required by the bill would require precise measures to meet objectives and indicators to measure existing progress. However, there are also some areas in the bill that I don't necessarily agree with. The Paris targets were negotiated with the provinces and supported by each party in this House. But the commitment to net zero by 2050 was not. I was surprised to see that concept in the bill, as the declared goal of the bill has to do with the Paris Agreement, and the Paris Agreement did not discuss the net zero agreement. In order to ensure that our bill meets international targets and is linked to the objectives under the Paris Agreement, to have it affirm that Canada has committed to meeting an ideological goal for net zero by 2050 is disconcerting. Deciding whether 2050 is the right date should be debated in this House, and it should also include in-depth consultations with the provinces. 2050 seems to have been chosen because it's a round number and has also been chosen by other nations, as opposed to the Paris objectives, which were based on science and consultation. A promise in a liberal platform is not the same thing as a well-established and agreed-upon objective. This commitment requires more debate and study, and is simply not appropriate to include in this bill. I would feel much more confident in supporting this legislation if it concentrated on the Paris targets that all the parties support, instead of being focused on an ideological commitment like net zero by 2050. I hope that the member for Davignon-Amity's Matane-Matapédia will listen to these concerns and will consider making some changes. I think we can come to agree on a number of things. Things, in fact, that we all agree on. But that means that we need to concentrate on science, not ideology. We agree on the Paris targets, and we want the government to show us a plan to reach those targets. Let us go ahead with that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very glad to be speaking in the House today in support of climate accountability legislation while the world has been reeling from the impacts of COVID-19. The climate crisis has not gone away. It poses an ever-increasing threat to our environment, to our ecosystems, our food systems, to the health of our families, the future, and our children's future. It also threatens the economic well-being and health of our communities. I don't know if I can adequately communicate the fear and anxiety that young people have communicated to me about their future, that parents have expressed about what kind of world we're leaving to our children. But it's not just about the future. The impacts of climate change are already being felt in Canada. The smoke from the climate fires, the fact that temperatures in Canada are increasing at twice the global rate, the impacts on permafrost, the impacts are felt particularly in the Arctic and along the coasts and are disproportionately felt by Indigenous communities, rural communities, and marginalized and racialized communities. There is a broad scientific agreement that an increase in the global average surface temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius or more above pre-industrial levels would constitute dangerous climate change. Canadians want real action on the climate crisis, and they want a government to not just promise to fight climate change, but actually to deliver on that commitment. The Liberals have missed every single climate target, and we are not even on track to meet Stephen Harper's weak targets. In a fall 2019 report, the Commissioner of the Environment said there's no evidence to support the government's statement that their current or planned actions would allow Canada to meet its targets. And the list of Liberal commitments on the environment, on environmental targets, the list that this government has missed or are on track to missing is long. We're not even close to being on track to meeting our targets of selling 100% zero-emission vehicles by 2040. The government committed to plant 2 billion trees by 2030, and not a single dollar has been allocated to that target. The Clean Fuel Standard, a key part of the Pan-Canadian framework on climate change, has been delayed. I could go on, but in many ways, all of these are symptoms of a government who hasn't been accountable to its climate commitments. And climate accountability is needed. And this bill focuses on our climate targets. But and reporting on how we get to those targets should include how the government intends to meet all of these vital climate-related policies. As has been mentioned, in 2008, the United Kingdom created a climate accountability framework, the Climate Change Act, and this act was the first of its kind. It remains very highly regarded, has served as a model for legislation in other jurisdictions, Sweden, Denmark, France, Germany, Spain, New Zealand. And the UK has set 5 carbon budgets, and regular reporting to Parliament has enhanced transparency and accountability. The UK has an expert advisory committee, the Committee on Climate Change. 2 years before the UK implemented their bill, so in 2006, the leader of the NDP at the time, Jack Layton, originally introduced the first Climate Accountability Act in Canada. And this bill passed third reading by a vote of 148 to 116. The Harper Conservatives voted against it. But his bill died in the Senate, and the NDP has introduced the Climate Change Accountability Act as a private member's bill in the 39th, the 40th, the 41st parliaments by Jack, but also former MP Megan Leslie. And in this parliament, my NDP colleague, the member from Winnipeg Centre, has put forward a bill, Bill C-232, an act respecting a climate emergency action framework, which provides for the development and implementation of a climate emergency action framework. It explicitly outlines the need for an action framework ensuring the transition towards a green economy, increasing employment in green energy, as well as infrastructure and housing, and ensuring economic well-being. And importantly, it explicitly states that the Climate Emergency Action Framework, climate accountability legislation must be built on a foundation that upholds the provisions in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The bill that we're debating today, put forward by my Bloc colleague, is a really good start. It's headed in the right direction, but I see some gaps and some areas that need strengthening. Firstly, as outlined in the member from Winnipeg Centre's Bill C-232, climate accountability legislation must be explicitly built on a foundation that recognizes the Indigenous inherent rights to self-governance, that upholds the provisions in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and that takes into account scientific knowledge, including Indigenous science and knowledge, as well as the responsibilities we have towards future generations. In this bill, Bill C-215, I applaud the inclusion of interim targets every 5 years, although 2045 seems to be missing. And I applaud the requirement to outline the methods, measures, and tools for measuring and assessing greenhouse gas reductions. But the bill also needs strengthening in relation to what these targets will be. It relies on the Paris Agreement, and we need to acknowledge that the Paris targets and net zero by 2050 are not enough. Our greenhouse gas reduction targets need to be ambitious and consistent with Canada's fair share contribution. They need to be strong targets that help us stay below 1.5 temperature rise. The last IPCC report is telling us that we need to at least cut our emissions in half by 2030. And the new targets need to reflect this. Yes, these targets need to be set into law, but we also need to include mechanisms so that they can be strengthened when the experts advise. So that the next area that I see in need of strengthening is around accountability. And we need to have experts involved not only in strengthening the targets, but also in the reporting and analyzing process. And especially analyzing our progress. It's essential that these experts be arm's length, that their mandate focuses on climate accountability. The NDP has pushed for an independent climate accountability office and the appointment of a climate accountability officer that would undertake research and gather information and analyze the target plan or the revised target plan and prepare a report that includes findings and recommendations on the quality and completeness of the scientific, economic, and technological evidence and analysis used to establish each target in the target plan. And also to advise on any other climate change and sustainable development matters that the officer would consider relevant to climate accountability. Environmental advocates and organizers have also called for an independent, arm's-length climate advisory committee drawn up from all regions of our country, and one that would specifically advise on long-term targets, the 5-year carbon budgets, and climate impact reports. This committee, these experts would also monitor and report on governmental progress towards achieving the short-term carbon budgets, long-term targets, and adaptation plans, and they would provide advice to the government on climate-related policy. Another element that we need to look at is carbon budgets, both national and subnational. And while all of these areas need attention, I believe they can be addressed in committee, that it's essential that we move forward with climate accountability legislation immediately. We needed it back in 2006 when Jack Layton first put it forward. We needed it when each iteration of the IPCC report came out, outlining the catastrophic impacts of global warming. We needed it last year when young people were marching the streets, begging their politicians, decision makers to listen to the science. We need it now. The Liberals promised climate accountability legislation in their election platform and again in the throne speech. In fact, in the most recent throne speech, they actually said they would immediately bring forward a plan outlining how they're going to meet and exceed Canada's 2030 emission reduction goals. And they also committed to legislating net zero by 2050. You know, that was back in September. I'm not sure what the Liberal government definition of immediately is, but it's now November, and neither of these things have happened yet. And if they vote against this bill, it will be another example of how they are content to make climate promises, but are unwilling to take climate action. We need to remember that this is the government that declared a climate emergency one day and bought a pipeline the next. I implore my fellow MPs to support this motion. I will be pushing hard in committee for amendments.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to this bill presented by my colleague for Avignon-Lamities Matapédia. Madam Speaker, accountability is a term that is considered one of the values of our society. It's important. When we meet an accountable person, a responsible person, we feel reassured. It's a laudable way to behave. And in this case, to legislate for climate accountability is the right thing to do for elected officials like we are. We know that Canadians expect to see us progress on this issue. Over 32 days and 4 different prime ministers, no fewer than 9 separate targets have been laid out by the federal government. And Canada failed to meet those targets in 2000, 2005, 2010, 2012, and those determined for 2020 under the Harper government. 30 years ago, Canadian greenhouse gas emissions were 602 megatons. In 2017, they had increased by 18.9%. Although over the same period, Quebec reduced its emissions by 8.7%. The government must fully become aware of what is happening. Even the most optimistic projections reveal that we need to reduce emissions by 77 megatons to meet the objective that Canada has set for itself. There is no excuse. There is no excuse for inaction. Canada represents only 0.5% of the global population, but is responsible for 1.5% of greenhouse gas emissions. Canada is one of the developed countries that have the historic responsibility to do something about greenhouse gas emissions, and also has a responsibility for greenhouse gas emissions that have caused a decrease in the quality of our environment. This is a substantive bill. A great deal of analysis and effort were spent to create this bill. The goal here is to make Canada's climate action an ongoing effort in order to meet other governments which are making efforts in this direction. With this bill, one government after another until 2050 and beyond will be able to have the leeway necessary to continue implementing these measures, adapting the measures and policies depending on the situation. This bill regarding climate obligations is an excellent one and will enable Canada to continue to fight climate change along with its current pandemic efforts, all of which will serve human health and the environment. In my speeches, I often mention the link between human health and the environment. There is a causal link between human health issues and the consequences of climate change. That's been clearly shown.
Be it air pollution or viruses which transmit quicker as a result of a loss of biodiversity and climate upset, all populations are vulnerable. COVID-19 has shown us that. But even before the pandemic, these effects existed, had been measured, and thousands of researchers were working and continue to work on this issue. I feel that supporting this bill at this time is one of the best ways to contribute to the government's efforts to deal with the pandemic as well. Madam Speaker, in 2007, the House of Commons passed the legislation by the opposition member, now Leader of the House, my honourable colleague from Honoré Mercier. The Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, to a large extent, sought to provide legislative protection for Canada's commitments and ambitions abroad. The Bloc Québécois is making this initiative now in the same spirit in 2020, but in a context of a climate crisis of an urgency that has never before been seen, ensuring Canada's respect for commitments when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions and to ensuring accountability in achieving these reductions targets that the government itself established is essential. I would like to talk about the Montreal Protocol related to the ozone layer. There was an attempt to reduce those substances that harmed the ozone layer. There has been a list of substances harmful to the ozone layer that has been augmented since that time. The Paris Accord is something so important that we must put in place various measures. Even with the substances listed in the Montreal Protocol, there has been a growth, an increase in the number of such substances. We must mobilize existing expertise on the issues, despite the fact that this priority is expressed everywhere, be it in political circles, academic circles, economic circles, social circles. We must remember something. We are seeing an increase in a temperature by 4 to 5 degrees, and people who are parents of young children need to think of this generation that will suffer all of the consequences throughout their lives. Children who are born today will be seniors at the end of this century, and you know what we're going to leave them with is an increase in temperature of 4 to 5 degrees. Waters, oceans, air quality, and soil quality are affected by climate change phenomenon. Flora, fauna, human construction, health, public safety, and the economy are also things that need to be considered. Obviously, legislation to fight climate change don't all have the same teeth, as my colleague said. And in the National Geographic and Climate Action Tracker, some states have a record that leads us to have hope. We heard colleagues speak about these states. So I will talk about Norway, which adopted legislation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 and by 80 to 90% by 2050 compared to 1990 levels already. We're talking about 60% of the vehicles sold in March were electric. The UK. Would it be an example, a drop in greenhouse gas emissions by 44% between 1990 and 2018, along with economic growth in the order of 75%? In June of this year, the UK codified carbon neutral objective for 2050. Let's talk about India. This country made the choice in the middle of economic growth to prioritize its investments in renewable energies and already achieved its objective of ensuring 40% of its energy needs through renewable resources. And India had set this goal for 2030, and we're only in 2020. My colleague talked about Morocco with the largest field of solar panels in the world. We're talking about 3,500 football fields. Or Gambia, which committed to restoring 10,000 hectares of forest and savanna. All countries are doing their part, be they big or small. They all have a role to play to avoid the worst. Canada must not wind up beside Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Russia, or its neighbor to the south. When it comes to efforts to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions, it must stand up. It must look to achieve progress. To ensure progress, we must act. And my colleague's bill is an example of this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, less than a minute.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to be able to rise and add some thoughts in regards to our environment. We all recognize how important it is, not only for those that are here today, but for future generations, Madam Speaker. I can assure members that this government and the Prime Minister take the environment very seriously, and I look forward to being able to contribute more to this debate when it comes up next. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La période prévue.
The period provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and it is the drop to the bottom of the order paper. Order precedents. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been introduced and seconded. Accordingly, the question is as follows: that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On October 23rd, I asked when this government will be implementing national standards for long-term care. I was pleased with the response from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, and I'm eager to hear him expand on his comments. But first, I'll take a moment to underscore the gravity of the situation facing workers and residents in long-term care homes. I speak today as a Canadian, as a New Brunswicker, as a granddaughter, as a human being. This conversation must be centered squarely on the needs of people. COVID-19 has asked us to face ugly truths about our society, ones we knew existed, but were happy to ignore until, sadly, for many, it was too late. As we know, it is older Canadians that face the greatest risk when it comes to COVID-19. Despite early warnings, our statistics demonstrate that while individuals 80 years and older represent only 12% of all COVID-19 cases to date, they make up 71% of the deaths. While only 15% of COVID-19 cases in Canada have been in long-term care facilities themselves, they still represent 77% of all COVID-19 deaths in Canada. We know the seniors living in these homes, of which are around 2/3 women, are vulnerable. Unfortunately, the people tasked with their care and protection are also vulnerable. A recent report demonstrated that up to 90% of direct resident care in long-term care facilities is provided by resident aides or personal support workers. These professions are notorious for their low wages and part-time hours. Of note, almost 90% of these workers are women, often from racialized and marginalized groups, including newcomers. 25 to 30% work more than one job, and 65% report having insufficient time to properly complete care tasks. We are failing to support vulnerable workers to succeed, and in turn, we are leaving older Canadians with inadequate access to care. I always like to bring these numbers home. As a resident assistant in New Brunswick, long-term care home will make between $14 to $16 an hour. They will work enough hours over the course of a year to bring home just $24,635, which is $6,000 less than the Canadian average for their colleagues in other provinces. And to put that into perspective, it's only a little more than half of the 2018 market basket measure for Fredericton. The New Brunswick Nurses Union recently released an eye-opening report, blowing the whistle on the state of long-term care in New Brunswick. Even though a 2019 study by the Canadian Health Coalition identified 4.1 hours of care per resident per day to be the minimum standard for quality care, the number of care hours prescribed by the government of New Brunswick is only 2.89, and some homes are unable to meet even that low standard. It is clear that long-term care homes, both private and public, take advantage of low-income, part-time, often marginalized workers. They struggle to maintain a full staff complement because the work conditions and pay are so meager. They do not balance their teams of RAs and PSWs with adequate numbers of LPNs and RNs to handle the increasingly complex care required in these homes. The residents see fewer and fewer hours of care time with staff. Their conditions worsen. Then in a pandemic, we see front and center just how vulnerable they can be and what real risks emerge. This is a question of how we treat our elders. This is a women's issue, but at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, this is about human dignity. Dignity for the residents of long-term care homes and dignity for the workers. I have used data points from several different organizations, many of whom have called for elements of long-term care to be pulled under the Canada Health Act. Many of these groups have called explicitly for the implementation of national standards. On October 26, I added my voice to that of the Canadian Health Coalition, the Royal Society of Canada, the Council of Canadians, among others. The Parliamentary Secretary confirmed for me that day that his government would work with the provinces and territories to continue setting new national standards for long-term care. Can you please expand on those efforts? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I've said in the past, I really value this member and the work that she does in the House. And I know that she puts her money where her mouth is when she says that this is something that is very near and dear to her heart. Madam Speaker, Canadians expect and deserve to receive the best quality of care no matter where that care is being provided. And that's why it is absolutely critical to take action in long-term care in Canada, working with provinces and territories. The pandemic has revealed long-standing issues in long-term care. There's no doubt about that. We saw this spring a number of facilities were not prepared to prevent and manage outbreaks. Facilities were frequently understaffed. In addition, lockdowns prevented family caregivers from visiting, making these staffing problems even worse. Infection prevention and control guidance weren't always being followed. In some homes, rooms and bathrooms were shared, making containing the spread of outbreaks extremely difficult. And as we saw, the most vulnerable in our society suffered the consequences. In light of COVID-19 and respecting provincial and territorial jurisdictional lead, the federal government has been working collaboratively, as I've said in the past, with our provincial and territorial partners to protect vulnerable Canadians in long-term care. During the spring, the Canadian Armed Forces members were deployed into long-term care facilities in order to assist with facilities experiencing the most difficulties controlling the spread of COVID-19. During the current resurgence, we are working with the Canadian Red Cross to support provinces and territories facing outbreaks in long-term care. Up to $3 billion in federal funding has been provided in support to provinces and territories to provide wage top-ups for low-income essential workers, which includes frontline workers in long-term care facilities as well. In addition, the Safe Restart agreements have been reached, which included $19 billion in federal investments to help provinces and territories restart the economy while making Canada more resilient to waves of this virus. Madam Speaker, this included $740 million in funding to provinces and territories to support our most vulnerable populations, including infection prevention and control measures in long-term care, home care, and palliative care. The Public Health Agency of Canada has published guidance to support the care of residents in long-term care facilities, as well as for infection prevention and control in long-term care and assisted living facilities, as well as in-home care. This guidance was developed with the National Advisory Committee on Infection Prevention and Control and endorsed by the Pan-Canadian Special Advisory Committee. In order to support changes to infrastructure in long-term care facilities, the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program has been adapted to provide provinces and territories with added flexibility to fund quick start short-term projects, including health infrastructure such as long-term care facilities. Federally funded Canadian Foundation for Healthcare Improvement and Canadian Patient Safety Institute have launched an initiative to spread promising practices in preventing and mitigating the impact of COVID-19 on long-term care and retirement homes. The goal of this initiative is to prepare participating facilities to be better able to prevent and manage any future outbreaks. And we're going to continue these efforts, Madam Speaker. In the recent speech from the throne, the government announced its intention to work with the province and territories to set new national standards for long-term care so that seniors get the best support possible. We will also look at further targeted measures for personal support workers who do an essential service helping the most vulnerable in our communities. We must better value their work and their contributions to our society. Our government is committed to working in collaboration with provinces and territories to address pressing needs in long-term care facilities and to exploring measures to increase the resilience of long-term care facilities and help prevent such significant challenges from ever recurring again.
Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comments and commitments. This pandemic is underlying the deep inequalities rooted in our communities, including the lived realities of those connected to the long-term care sector. I realize that what I'm asking for is bold, but that's what we need. Bold leadership that centers decisions around people. We need national standards in long-term care that will address the dignity of residents in their final years of life and respect the dignity of the workers. And we need elements of the Long-Term Care Act sector brought under the Canada Health Act. But leadership does not occur in a vacuum. We need to pair these changes with bold leadership on other fronts. The implementation of a guaranteed livable income will ensure Canadians have the means to enter their elder years on the solid foundation of life lived with access to shelter, food, and essential medications. National Universal Comprehensive Pharmacare would ensure no one is forced to compromise essential medications or just to make ends meet. A national mental health strategy that recognizes that mental health struggles are health struggles with dedicated resourcing to ensure Canadians can finally get the mental health that they need. I know it will be a tough sell to the provinces as well. I know Premier Higgs in my home province has already indicated as much, but Canadians need it and they want it.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I've said, our government is committed to helping our most vulnerable receive the best possible care in long-term care facilities. Our government has taken, as I've said, and will continue to take steps to respond to the significant challenges faced by long-term care facilities across the country in order to help avoid a repeat of the experience of spring of 2020. This commitment has been reaffirmed through the Safe Restart agreements, which include investments to support infection prevention and control in long-term care facilities, as I said earlier, and through the speech from the throne, which outlines the intention of working with provinces and territories in setting new national standards for long-term care. Residents in long-term care facilities should get the best support possible, no matter where they reside. We will also look into targeted measures, as I've said, that better value the work our personal support workers do in helping the most vulnerable Canadians across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Undetected and untreated mental health challenges can lead to grave consequences. A bad day can become a bad week, a bad month, and then a broken life. Absenteeism, job losses, dropping out of school, family breakdown, drug addiction, homelessness, violent behavior, and suicide are all strongly linked to mental health. How much suffering could we prevent if we recognize the real value of early intervention in mental health problems? The downstream effects of poor mental health have heavy social costs associated with them that affect both families and communities. Loss of business due to employee absenteeism, loss of tax revenue, classroom disruptions, loss of customers due to unsafe streets, increased policing costs, ambulance call-outs, emergency room visits, and the list goes on. These costs are borne by all of us, and they leave us with fewer resources to put towards other important priorities. Julie Chadwick recently wrote a 3-part series that highlighted the fact that Nanaimo's homelessness crisis is a mental health crisis. During a point-in-time count in Nanaimo earlier this year, 60% of individuals experiencing homelessness self-reported ongoing mental health issues. Mental health services in Nanaimo Ladysmith, as well as in communities all across Canada, are under-resourced and underfunded. When institutions like Riverview Hospital in Vancouver were shut down in the 1980s, there was no plan in place to care for people with complex mental health issues. There is still no plan in place, and the ramifications of the lack of planning and lack of action are being lived out on the streets of our communities. The amount of suffering is enormous. We need housing with wraparound services for individuals with complex mental health needs. These people are among the most vulnerable in our society, and they need specialized care and protection to stabilize their lives. In addition, more accessible treatment facilities are needed for people who have self-medicated with alcohol and drugs to relieve mental health issues and are now suffering from substance abuse disorders. It is far easier to help someone going through a rough patch in life than it is to try to help someone whose life has fallen apart. Helping people in the early stages of mental health challenges begins with eliminating the stigma. Men, in particular, suffer from fear and shame and even guilt associated with asking for help. We need to make mental health care accessible. As the Minister of Health pointed out, mental health support is available to all Canadians, free of charge through the Wellness Together portal. I acknowledge the government's efforts in providing this service to Canadians in response to the COVID crisis. Unfortunately, it is not accessible to everyone, and it is not enough. The service offered through the Wellness Together portal requires internet access. They require the ability to navigate to different websites and register for different services, and online counseling requires privacy. These are circumstances and abilities that most of us take for granted, but when we pause and think about it, we understand that many people in Canada are left out. The Wellness Together portal does not replace the need to fully cover mental health care services in the Canada Health Act, and it cannot replace the need for an ongoing relationship with a professional when a person is experiencing mental health challenges. Canada needs to invest in early detection and treatment of mental health problems from our education system throughout our society. Fully including mental health care in the Canada Health Act is the right thing to do, and now is the right moment to act. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question and his care and concern on this very important topic. I want to thank the member for giving me the opportunity to speak about mental health and how we are supporting Canadians during this very difficult time. Prior to COVID-19, mental health was a significant concern, with 1 in 3 Canadians experiencing mental illness or problematic substance use during their lifetime. Madam Speaker, our government recognizes the seriousness of this problem and has taken a comprehensive approach to mental health. In Budget 2017, we provided $5 billion over 10 years to provinces and territories to improve Canadians' access to mental health services. Through these investments, jurisdictions have expanded access to community-based services for children and youth, provided integrated health and mental health services for people with complex needs, and spread proven models of community mental health care and culturally appropriate interventions. We recognize that COVID-19 has created stress and anxiety for many, particularly for those who do not have ready access to the regular support networks or have a pre-existing mental health condition. In April of 2020, a survey conducted by Mental Health Research Canada showed self-reported levels had quadrupled for high anxiety and doubled for depression compared to pre-pandemic. In addition, significantly fewer Canadians have been able to access in-person mental health supports since the start of this pandemic, and the positive impacts of various social supports and other coping mechanisms have diminished considerably. In response, our government took quick action to address the immediate mental health needs of Canadians and to alleviate some of the burden on provinces and territories. We launched Wellness Together Canada on April 15th, offering a broad range of free mental health and substance use supports in both official languages to all Canadians on a 24/7 basis. These supports include access to peer support networks, social workers, psychologists, and other professionals for confidential chat sessions, phone calls, counseling. In addition, Wellness Together Canada features a dedicated text line for healthcare workers and frontline personnel. As of October 27th, over 530,000 individuals, all in provinces and territories, have accessed Wellness Together in over 1.5 million distinct web sessions. We've provided $7.5 million in funding to Kids Help Phone to provide young people with mental health support during the pandemic. Since the start of this pandemic, they've experienced a significant surge in demand and are projecting to reach at least 3 million young people in 2020 in comparison to just 1.9 million in 2019. Madam Speaker, in July, $500 million of additional support was provided to provinces and territories for immediate mental health and substance service needs as part of the $19 billion Safe Restart Agreement. These initiatives, taken collectively, provide a comprehensive response to address mental health needs arising from the pandemic and lay the groundwork for longer-term improvement. Madam Speaker, we recognize that there's more to do and that mental health of Canadians will continue to be impacted by the pandemic over the coming years. As stated in the Minister of Health's mandate letter and the 2020 speech from the throne, the federal government is committed to doing even more to improve access to mental health resources. This includes the development of and implementation of national standards to improve access to timely, high-quality mental health services across Canada. Improving access to mental health services will require the combined efforts of all levels of government and many stakeholders. Our government will work closely with provinces and territories to develop access standards that are evidence-based and consistent with the level of services Canadians expect and deserve. Canadians have made it clear that they expect more from their healthcare system, and that is why—
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his response. The COVID-19 crisis created anxiety and negatively impacted the mental health of many Canadians, and swift and bold action by this government helped ease the worst of that anxiety and gave people hope that help was available. Too many young Canadians today are suffering from severe climate anxiety. The climate emergency is draining away their hopes of the future. And swift and bold government action is needed to combat climate change and the anxiety and despair it creates. COVID-19, climate anxiety, financial and work stress, loneliness and alienation, these are a few of the causes of the mental health crisis, which can hit any one of us and affect all of us. We need to help people before their lives fall apart. Fully including mental health care under the Canada Health Act is the bold action needed to address this crisis. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the kind words and the acknowledgement that the work that our government has done and is continuing to do. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to increasing the availability of high-quality mental health services. Wellness Together Canada does provide Canadians access to needed mental health supports, including tailored content and approaches for vulnerable populations. We are promoting Wellness Together through targeted social media and communications campaigns. And Madam Speaker, we will continue to work with the Wellness Together Consortium to make improvements to this very important mental health resource. I look forward to further continued collaboration with the provinces, territories, and other stakeholders to improve the quality and accessibility of mental health services and supports for all Canadians. And Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his continued collaboration on this very important topic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to raise an issue that is of increasing concern to, I think, parliamentarians from all parties without regard to partisanship or advantage. As Canadians, we are keenly aware that the region Nagorno-Karabakh in the Caucasus between Azerbaijan and Armenia is experiencing a conflict which disproportionately is affecting the people of Armenia. There's a real risk of an ethnic cleansing in the offing. I raised this on October 27th and have to say I was very pleased that the Prime Minister responded to my question, but there are many, many areas that need to be further discussed. I wish we had the opportunity to have more time on the floor of the House to discuss what's happening in the region and how we can, as Canadians, exert more influence. As we all know from discussion that we have had in the House, Canadian drones sold to Turkey ended up being used by Azerbaijan against Armenia. We know that Azerbaijan has by far the greatest cache of weaponry and sophisticated modern weapons. It's bought over, it's estimated that I've seen in media as much as $20 billion of weaponry compared to Armenia's $500 million. Azerbaijan being better funded for building up armaments after the completion of a pipeline that allowed it to have oil wealth to pour into munitions. This is a tragic situation, and it's not one that's recent. Since the 1980s, this region, which the Armenians regard as a homeland of Artsakh, and we have many Armenian Canadians and a huge diaspora, friends and constituents of mine. I think of Rafi, what a contribution to our culture and society. Armenian Canadians like film director Adam Agoyan, all calling out to us to do more, to protect family and friends that they have left behind in Armenia. I just recently heard that the Azerbaijani army used white phosphorus munitions recently to try to bomb Armenians who were hiding in the old forests outside of the cities and imperiling endangered species as well. Clearly, the military sales from Turkey, from Israel, from Russia to Azerbaijan have created a much worse and more dangerous conflict than what we've seen over decades. The question I raised is, what more can we do? The Prime Minister says that we have a rigorous arms control export strategy. I think it needs to be more rigorous. We certainly could exert more pressure on Turkey because we're both NATO allies. Turkey is a member of NATO. Canada and other NATO allies could do more to push for a peace process that's meaningful. And I certainly am concerned by the fact that Canada does not have a diplomatic presence on the ground. The closest embassy and diplomatic service that we have to this conflict is all the way in Moscow. So I think that there's more we can do. I know the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is here for adjournment proceedings this evening, and I know him to be very thoughtful and also concerned. Peace building is hard work, and we tend to pay attention to peace building when regions around the world flare up. But this flare-up couldn't be happening at a worse time for the people of Armenia, as they lose their shelters and lose their homes. We're also in COVID, so the impacts are all that more severe. I certainly look forward to the conversation we have over the next 6 minutes or so to discuss what more Canada can do, what more the world can do to protect peace in the region and restore it to stability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Tonight is quite an honor for me to be surrounded by Green Party questions and all thoughtful and all important questions for us to be dealing with in Parliament and for the government to consider. Madam Speaker, we remain deeply committed and concerned about the continuing military action which is going on in Nagorno-Karabakh. We're concerned that ceasefires which have been negotiated, facilitated most recently by the United States, were very quickly violated, and we continue to call on external parties to stay out of this conflict as we support the creation of a verification mechanism by the OSCE Minsk group. Government has been clear that a comprehensive resolution can only be achieved through negotiated settlement and not through military action. In terms of our diplomatic presence, I want to get to that point because I think the member for Saanich Gulf Islands has raised an important point. Canada's bilateral relations with both Armenia and Azerbaijan are managed through our embassies, first in Moscow for Armenia and in Ankara for Azerbaijan. These diplomatic missions have allowed us to develop strong ties with both Yerevan and Baku. There are advantages, and I'm going to be very clear that I have always called upon greater diplomatic presence in many parts of the world, including in Yerevan. And I've done that over many years. But even without on-the-ground diplomatic presence, I think that our diplomats, both in Moscow and in Ankara, have been very good at providing clear and concise information to the Canadian government. However, we also get our information from diplomatic sources within those countries and also from our partners, like-minded, particularly OSCE partners and members. Our embassies in Moscow and Ankara have been proactive. They've done good work on this conflict situation. They've kept us in contact, and they provided us with important information. Of course, they also support Canada's regular communications with governments of Armenia and Azerbaijan through their diplomatic representatives in Ottawa. Minister Champagne has been in direct and frequent contact with his Armenian counterpart on this issue, as well as his European counterparts who are working toward a peaceful solution. Canada, as we all know, is a member state of the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, along with Armenia and Azerbaijan. And through its permanent mission to the OSCE in Vienna, Canada contributes very importantly to the multilateral efforts and supports the work of the Minsk group in trying to bring an end to this conflict situation. Finally, the issue of arms exports was raised, and I want to comment on that briefly to say that absolutely the minister, as soon as he heard that there were even the possibility that they were being used for purposes they were not intended for, immediately suspended export permits, and that is still under consideration for sure. Lastly, I'd just say that we remain very concerned about the humanitarian response, particularly in this COVID time. And to date, we have contributed a total of $450,000 to the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement to address humanitarian needs. And we'll continue to do more as we are called upon to share in our responsibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and yes, indeed, the OSCE Minsk Group has been doing very significant work, but has been unable, despite many years of effort, to bring the parties together for a durable peace. It seems as though that the conflict that has simmered and raged there in different eruptions over a period of decades merely needs the application of more armaments to blow up as it did through the summer and through to this moment. Certainly, I hope Canada can do more. We are seen by the world as a good guy country in this conflict, but I do believe that there's more that can be done. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his comments, and I think that all of us within Parliament should put a larger priority on what we do in peace building, investing in peace, and in making sure that the world knows that crimes against the people of Armenia will not be tolerated. We will not stand by. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My apologies, but I do have to cut you off. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And belated birthday wishes, by the way, Madam Speaker. I missed that yesterday. We remain deeply committed to the continuing problem and trying to find peaceful solutions. We recognize that armed solutions are never the right way to go. We will only achieve peace through a negotiated settlement and not through military action. A number of years ago, I visited the region, and I know the existential crisis that many Armenian Canadians, as well as Armenians around the world, find themselves in. We take that seriously, and we'll continue to engage, knowing that the best way is for Canada to contribute whatever we can to a peaceful solution, to a negotiated settlement, and to ensure that we will establish peace and goodwill in this region once again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the good wishes, much appreciated. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.